Looks like my camera's not working again. Huh. Lucky all of you, huh?
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Shabbat shalom, Brother Lou.
Shabbat Shalom, Brother Mark, and everybody.
I missed you last week.
Yes, I was spending some time with Dan. He's doing better, so that's good.
Yeah. All steam to Yahusha. Thank you,
Yeah.
Yahuwah,
Our healer. Yeah.
for the healing of Brother Dan.
Yeah.
Shabbat Shalom, Brother William. We missed you last week, too.
Yeah, Shabbat Shalom, guys. It was National Gun Day here in Texas. You might know that, Mark, last Sunday, and we were blowing stuff up and having a good day. And then Sunday, everything kind of fell apart at home in California with the family and stuff. So my dad had to be put into a home on Tuesday or Wednesday. I forget. It's been crazy. But yeah, we're at that place and time. So, but it's just exactly the way it's supposed to be. So good to be here.
Yeah, nice to see you. Well,
Good to be here. Yeah, good to see you guys too. Morning, Lou.
Morning.
Hey, just out of curiosity, are you and Phyllis on the same compound, or are you at two different locations?
Yes, she's on the lower level, and I'm on the middle level. Yes, I'm not directly over her, but she's in the same building.
Okay.
We used to have share the same office, but we both got too big for our space.
I gotcha. Another quick question before we get into this. Where was your music store, and when did you own the music store, Lou?
Well, I had a music store here in Louisville, Kentucky on Bardstown Road, and it was a really neat little building, and it had 2 floors, and we only had one open for the music sales, but they had a few, I don't remember any guitar lessons, but we were thinking about having guitar lessons and musical instruments taught by teachers. But yeah, we just basically had a place. It was probably 100 feet by 30 feet, square, as far as the square footage. So.
Okay, cool.
It was small, 3,000 feet maybe.
What year was that?
Oh, it was, let's see if I can remember this. Back in the 80s. It was before music died.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a lot of interest.
Very cool. Cool stuff.
hi, Yami. Hi, Ruel. Raul.
Hi.
Hello, guys. We're back home now.
Awesome.
Hi, y'all look so beautiful this morning. Must have had a good time.
Uh,
A little bit of everything.
I got to see my brother. He's now really gone. I mean,
Uh-huh.
He's fading away now, but at least we got to see him.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back when he leaves. I don't. And we visited our old stomping grounds. We had to clean up a home that we want to put up for sale. So, but now we got home yesterday and we were greeted with snow. So it's nice and white.
Mm. Could be some spiritual implications to that.
Hopefully.
Come on in, Mr. Tad. We need you in here to read for us, man. Did you get to practice your guitar and your singing, Yami? You have a surprise for us at the end of today's study?
Yeah, she will.
Okay, I'll do it. It's better now. I got it.
All right. I can't wait.
We kind of dozed off last night, so we
Watched it
watched
morning.
it this morning, the whole thing, and it was a great study. And we were talking about it, that we never thought about the sacrifice animals not being a command from Yahuwah to the Israelites. We never look at it that way. And so when you explained it the way you did, it made sense, that it was not his doing actually. So that was a good study for us. We learned something new.
Yeah, and Yahuwah woke me up at 3:00 this morning, and with a million thoughts rolling through my mind, and so I'm a little bit tired. So that's why I needed Tad to come on here and read for us.
Yes, Tad.
The things Yahuwah reveals in the middle of the night is mind blowing. I don't know why he wakes people up in the middle of the night to tell them stuff. Maybe because it's all quiet and stuff. I don't know. It's just crazy. Brick Parrish, glad you're here, brother. Been missing you, man. Glad you're here. I've been getting texts from Sister Rebecca, as probably a lot of you have been this morning. And she's asking for prayers, and she can't wait to get back with us. But she's still going through some things. So those of you who have been receiving those texts know what I'm saying. If you haven't been, I just know that she misses you and loves you, and she can't wait to get back with us.
Oh.
I let her know that everybody loves her and we all miss her.
Please do. Thank you.
I did this morning.
It is her father-in-law that is very ill, right?
Yes. I think you were conversing with her, weren't you, Toria, this morning?
Yes, and it is actually sad news. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's for me to say.
Right. And so, if we can, if you remember, please, say prayers, intercession prayers for Sister Rebecca and her family. And when you get time today, or even right now, if you want, in secret place. She's a very nice woman, and I'm glad to know her, and I'm glad she's with us. Anybody else wanting to come on? We got 3, 6, 7, 8, 2 more spots. Anybody wants to come on before we get started? What are y'all thinking about coming on? You guys go ahead and converse. I'll be right back in 3 minutes, and then we'll get started. Thank you.
Sorry, everyone. I don't know if everybody heard, but my camera's not working. So can you hear me at least?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. I even comb my hair, so I don't know why it's not working.
That might be it.
Vamos a darle gracias.
Looks like William didn't comb his hair either.
Actually, I didn't. I've had the creeping crud for 3 days on top of everything else that's going on. Does anybody know how we got that little term that we use when we're not feeling well, under the weather? How did we associate with being sick with under the weather? Anybody know?
I have no idea.
How is your father, William?
He's doing better. He finally got into a place this week. He has like 3 discs that went completely out. So he was completely incapacitated. My mom's 86. She can't take care of him. And he's been struggling with this for a couple of months now. And it's just been utter insanity. And they won't reach out. Hey, can you come out and help us? Every time I tell them I'm getting on a plane and coming out there, they're like, no, we got it figured out. We're working it out. And so I talked to him yesterday, and he actually sounded really good. He's very consciously aware. I think they're giving him some better pain meds to help him with what he's got going on. And he was telling me, yeah, I'll be home in about 30 days. I'm like, okay, Pops, you'll be home in 30 days, okay. And then I'll come out and see you then, And so that's where we are. And but I appreciate you asking. And I know I sent you guys, Raul, I sent you a message. I don't know if you got that or not.
Yes.
We kind of answered you. We wrote you back.
Okay. I'll look that up. But I hope things went well down there. You know, it's a difficult thing. I got it.
It's so difficult. It's incredible. I couldn't even look because he's got a humongous tumor on the side of his face. So
wow. You know, over the years I kind of started looking at when I've lost people in my life, you know, especially like where my mom and dad are at right now at that particular stage in life. And I actually rejoice over it because they don't have to be here anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah. And but I couldn't do that if I didn't have the word and I didn't understand what he was talking about. I wouldn't be able to rejoice over it, you know. You kind of flip things over, and it actually makes things a lot easier because we all know this is going to happen. And like my mom and dad are those kind of people that don't want to talk about being dead or dying.
Mm-hmm.
That's like taboo, you know.
Yes.
And it's like, well, we're gonna, you know, the train's on fire going down the track, a full blaze, and it's getting ready to leave the track, you know, and derail. That's just the reality. I got it. Some people can't deal with it, but the way I look at it today is completely different than I would have looked at it probably 30 years ago, you know.
Oh, definitely.
We feel the same way. You know,
Yeah.
we don't look at death the same way. You know,
Right.
It is time. We are all going to, you know, to leave one day, and it's just, yeah.
Wasn't it Job that said that he would rather be buried and that the troubled time would pass over him, so he didn't have to be in it? What was it, Job that said that?
Mm.
What a great way of looking at that, because he knows what's coming. We know what's coming. I'd rather be that guy too, you know. But if it's Yahuwah's will that, you know, we got to watch the train wreck and be a part of it, we need to be well equipped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how deep's the snow out there?
Oh,
It's just a little dust.
Yeah, it started last night, and it's nice and white, but it's you know, out here, since you don't have a lot of cars driving on it or people walking, it stays pretty nice until it melts.
Very cool. Very cool. I like a little bit of snow for a couple of days and then it can go away.
Yeah, that's about it. That's what happens.
And
Yeah.
Florida was beautiful. The weather in Florida was cool for
Right.
Florida, but also sunny and blue sky. So it was very pleasant.
Nice. Yeah. It's horrible down here where I'm at by the Gulf Coast. It's probably 63 degrees and nothing but sunshine. Tragic. Just tragic.
We got to see a lot of the remnants of the hurricane where
yeah.
people are still going through down there.
Yeah, I was going to move right down into Punta Gorda before I came here.
Oh.
And I'd have got slammed big time.
Oh,
So.
yeah. You can still see a lot of the blue roofs.
Right.
Yeah, Punta Gorda is very nice. Very, very nice.
I really liked it, you know, and I was totally convinced that's where I was going to go. And I have a boy, one of my sons lives up in Taylor, which is about 200 miles away from where I'm at down here at the Gulf Coast. And he was like, Dad, you know, you might want to come down here and take a look at the beaches in Texas, you know, and see what you think about it, because, you know, you're getting older, and one of these days you're going to be eating baby food and pooping in a diaper, and you might want to be closer to your son so I can help him. I'm like, yeah, I love you too, son. I appreciate that. So here I am.
Well, we think about those things, you know, because here is just the two of us and our dogs. We don't have anybody. We don't know anybody. The family is in Florida. So sometimes you start thinking about those things. We are very healthy, thanks, Yah, and everything is being great, but we don't know for how long, you know. So
Exactly. Yeah.
We keep our options open.
Opened, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Cool.
In the meantime, we enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying every day now. You know, I keep telling my kids that, you know, every day we got to enjoy every day, because, you know, we don't know when
Exactly.
Yeah, and we know the booger man's coming. We can see the little storm they got going on out there, and all the deception and everything, and all the
Awful.
lawlessness. Whew. It's
Awful.
so disturbing.
Yes.
We had a brother send us a video about everything going on in the funeral homes with when they open the bodies up and what they're finding.
Yeah, creepy.
Yeah, very creepy.
The zombies are among us.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
You have a boat down there?
Not at the moment. That was going to be one of the first other things that I was going to buy, because I had a boat in California, and before I moved here, I sold everything. I was in the trucking business and in the drag racing business, and I had a race car on the trailer and all the stuff that went with that. And then I had a 28-foot cabin cruiser Bayliner that I absolutely loved, and a couple of Harleys. And I sold everything and moved down here, and I was just going to do this back here and learn how to play guitar better than I don't know how to play, because I always wanted to be a rock star. So I was going to buy a boat, and then my kid sent me a picture of a hot rod. And so I went and I bought another hot rod, but it's not for drag racing. It's just for cruising around. It's a 1931 Model A Ford pickup truck.
Wow.
It's been chopped and channeled, so it stands about from the ground to the top of the roof is about 4 feet tall. And I just got done redoing the interior with a bunch of beautiful stained and varnished red oak, and did the walls and the T-top in black anaconda skin.
Wow.
And yeah, so I'm busy just doing what I do, playing with hot rod stuff. Yeah, but I am going to get a boat.
That's what I did for 40 years. Sell boat parts and fishing equipment.
Really? In Florida?
In Miami.
In Miami. What a great place to do it. That's why I wanted to go down there, because the fishing is off the hook down there. And you got all that beautiful blue water. And down here, it's a little bit different than California and Florida.
Yeah.
But we have those nice days when it turns emerald green and it's really nice. And I want to go out to the oil rigs.
Exactly. I was just about to mention that.
Yeah.
There's good fishing on those rigs.
Exactly. Oh, the boss is back. I'm going to be quiet.
Shabbat shalom, beloved of Yahuwah.
Shabbat shalom.
All right, y'all. We left off in Galatians. We finished up with chapter 3, and so we are on chapter 4. Well, we found out that each chapter in Galatians is power packed, and so we're taking our time and we're creeping through here through each one of these chapters, word by word. And so that we come out of this Galatians study with a great understanding of what Paul was talking about. And just as a recap, last week, we had come to the discovery that when Paul says Torah, he's speaking of adult male circumcision and or slaughterings or animal blood sacrifices. And then when Paul says belief, he is talking about the belief in the permanent one-time blood sacrifice of Yahushua HaMashiach. And I think that was the big thing that we got out of last week. Okay, and so as we enter into chapter 4, I just want to back up here to the last verse in chapter 3 where it says, and if you are of Mashiach, then you are seed of Abraham and heirs according to promise. According to the entering into the renewed covenant through the blood of Yahusha. Note the seed of Abraham doesn't say seed. So we're not seeds of Abraham as in lineage or his offspring, but we are a seed of Abraham through Abraham's seed, speaking of Yahushua HaMashiach. So we have Yahusha in us. We are the seed of Abraham and or Yesharal. no matter what color our skin is, no matter our what nation we come from, no matter male or female, it doesn't matter. If we have Yahusha in us, we are the seed of Abraham and heirs to the promise of what? Immortality. Everlasting life. Okay? So there's about where we left off. And if we got a reader for chapter 4, we'll presume with our study. Resume with our study, I should say. I say weird words. You guys can correct me. I have this weird mental thing going on where I want to say a certain word, but some other weird word comes out, you know. So if you see me doing that, correct me. Who wants to read? You lost somebody who dropped out. Phyllis? We lost Phyllis. Oh, no. We can't go on without Phyllis. Where's Phyllis, Lou? What'd you do with her? There she is. She's playing hide and seek this morning. There you are, Phyllis.
We nominate Todd for reading.
Uh-oh, Dad, you can nominate him. I second that motion. It's all you, Dad. Chapter 4.
So
brother.
it doesn't matter that I'm illiterate?
Nah, we don't care about that.
Of course, if I was illiterate, I wouldn't know the word illiterate.
Can't do any worse than me, man.
Okay. So we're starting in Galatians chapter 4. And I say, for as long as the heir is a child, he is no different from a slave, though he is master of all, but is under guardians and trustees till the time prearranged by the Father. So we also, when we were children, were under the elementary things of the world, being enslaved. But when the completion of the time came, Yahuwah sent forth his son, born of Anasha, born under Torah.
Okay, hold on. What's that mean, Ted? Born under Torah.
Well, it looks to me like it says here ceremonial law. So, yeah, Paul's always talking about the adult male circumcision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the son was, or Yahusha came. He came under the Torah, under then where the male. They were still practicing male adult circumcision and animal slaughtering, sacrifices, religious rituals, and so forth and so on. When he came into the world, is that what this is saying?
I believe so, but wasn't he, if I remember right, he was circumcised on the 8th day.
Yeah. And so he was born under Torah. And so he actually was he was following in the Torah. So he got circumcised on the 8th day. So pretty simple, really, what this is saying. And so nothing changed prior to his death. All right. Only after his death and his resurrection did things change. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or did it all change when he was born?
No, when he was impelled.
Yeah. And resurrected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you had to spill the blood in order to begin the new covenant, the renewed covenant. Right? So it changed upon his death and his resurrection. Is that correct? Everybody agrees with that? Okay. Let's go on then.
Okay, picking up in verse 5. Actually, I'm going to start back in 4 again. But when the completion of the time came, Yahuwah sent forth his son, born of Anasha, born under Torah, to redeem those who were under Torah, in order to receive the adoption as sons. And because you are sons, Yahuwah has sent forth the Ruach of his Son into your hearts, crying, Abba, Father. So you are no longer a slave, but a son. And if a son, also an heir of Yahuwah through Mashiach. But then, indeed, not knowing Yahuwah, you served those which by characteristics are not mighty ones. But now, after you have known Yahuwah, or rather are known by Yahuwah, how do you turn again to the weak and poor elementary things to which you wish to be enslaved again?
Okay, hold on. So what are those? Can anybody explain to us what those are, the poor and elementary things, the weak and poor and elementary things to which you wish to be enslaved again? What is that talking about?
The book of the law.
Book of the law?
Is it the book of the law?
What law? What book of the law?
Circumcision,
Ceremonial law.
and slaughters.
Okay.
Motionless.
All right. So religious ceremonies, rituals, and conduct unbecoming of a Natsarim. So I think, go ahead, Lou.
I would add that the first part of that statement where he's saying that indeed not knowing Yahuwah, this is going back to before they heard about the truth. And it says that they were serving those which by characteristics were not mighty ones. They were not real. They were demons or nothing, And because he stated that first, he says, but now, after you have known Yahuwah, or rather are known by Yahuwah, how do you turn again to the weak and poor elementary things to which you wish to be enslaved again? So he's talking about the things that weren't doing anything at all, and they were just idols. So that's really what these weak and miserable and poor elementary things are. Going back to those patterns, like you're still carrying that rabbit's foot. Oh, and what's that over your door? Horseshoe? What is that for? And there's all kinds of idolatry. And you throw all that stuff out because Yahusha enters into your mind and opens your eyes, and you go, what? That's nothing. Let's get rid of this stuff, the Christmas tree, the pumpkins, all that stuff. It's all pagan. And these are Galatians, like the Thessalonians and Corinthians. They're all former heathens. They're pagans. And he's saying, what are you doing? You're still hanging on to some of this stuff, blowing out candles,
Okay, so the weak and poor elementary things are anything and everything that has no power. It can't do anything to deliver us. It can't do anything at all. Basically, it's just dead works. When you're using these things and doing them, it's dead works. In other words, you're wasting your time and effort because it ain't going to do nothing for you. The elementary things, right? Okay, so let's look here. Now, Lou brought up a good point here, and that point is in verse 7, where it says, so you are no longer a slave, but a son. And if a son, also an heir of Yahuwah through Mashiach. What does that mean, that you're no longer a slave? When we were a slave, and what are we a slave of? Anybody want to explain that one? Go ahead, Phyllis.
We were a slave to sin because it said, whoever you obey, that is your master. And so if you're sinning or bowing down to Christmas trees, that's your master.
Exactly. So we're serving sin by slaughtering Yahuwah's creation in order to serve sin and death. He said, we're killing the animal. We're shedding the blood, which is the life is in the blood. So are we not serving sin by offering up animal blood that don't even belong to us? It's Yahuwah's creation. It belongs to him. Wow. Go ahead, William. You're muted, brother.
Oh, sorry about that. The book of the law or the ceremonial law was put on the outside of the Ark of the Covenant as a witness against them for the sin that existed in their life. It was a mirror image of what they were doing wrong. And if we go back, I wanted to go back to 4 and look at this a little bit more, maybe it says, but when the completion of time came, that is the way I'm looking at that is the end of an age. The completion of time would be the end of an age, and a new age began when the Mashiach was born. Okay. And what he says is that born of a woman, born under the Torah, ceremonial law, the book of the law that they were living by to redeem those who were under the Torah. You can't be redeemed through the book of the law. We already know that. That was set up as a witness against them. And as Paul explains, there's no salvation in any of that law stuff. Okay. But there is salvation under the 10 Commandments and the covenant that was made with Abraham of promise at that time that was before this book of Galatians was written and where we're at today. So I think what I'm trying to show here or try to understand myself is that there was a separation there. There was a separation from the book of the law back to the Torah. That was where our redemption come from. And it come through the Father and the Son, who started this new age of what we call the age of grace that we're currently in, dispensation of time, which has a defined end too. And we know that's when the Mashiach comes again. This age ends and we go into the next age. See where I'm kind of going with that?
Yeah, I mean, the completion of the time came is you were exactly right on that. That was when the Mashiach, the reality came. The shadow just led up to the completion of time when the Lamb of Yahusha showed up on the scene and changed everything with his death and his resurrection. As far as
when he says he's the living Torah, he's not talking about the book of the law. He's talking about the 10 Commandments. That's what he is the living example of from the Father. And salvation came when he came for us. That was our atoning and our covering, because it wasn't done with the animal sacrifice or anything in the book of the law.
No, but it goes all the way back to Adam and Kua.
Right.
And so the Adam and Kua broke the covenant, which means they were under the covenant.
Right.
They were under the 10 Debarim, just as we are.
Right.
And so the border or the divide that you're speaking of was crossed over by Adam and Kua, and they went into the darkness. And so he transgressed. So due to transgression came the Torah, the written word. See, so what divided the darkness and the light was the word. Okay, that's who divided in day one, the darkness and the light. You see? And so the thing that separated evil and good, or darkness and light, was the 10 Debarim.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
They were in the beginning. It was in the beginning. It's universal law of love. And that's how we obey that universal law of love, is by observing that marriage vow, because we came from Yahuwah. We belong to Yahuwah where he is. And see, so they did violate in the beginning by committing idolatry, which really violated the first 3 commandments and took us into darkness and evil. And we live that tree of the knowledge of good and evil. We're living it. It's become our reality. We have to live in it, and we have to figure it out. And we have to find our way out of the darkness that our father and mother and our first parents took us into. We have to find our way out. We have to find the light. Heavy duty stuff there, William, but I catch where you're coming from with it. Am I right? Is that what you're like speaking of? Okay. Anybody else? Any thoughts on this? William took us pretty deep there. You can come back to the surface if you want to. Anybody got any questions? Any other comments? All right. Well, let's go ahead and go with it then, Ted.
Okay. Picking up at verse 10. You observe Yomim, or days, and months, and seasons, and years. I fear for you, lest by any means I have labored for you in vain.
Okay, hold on. Explain that for us, 10 and 11. What are these? They're observing Yamim in months and seasons and years. Now he's fearing for them, lest by any means I have labored for you in vain. I'm wasting my time. But you guys keep observing these Yamim in months and seasons and years. What does all that mean? What are they doing?
Well, everything that's not commanded by Yahuwah, they're doing birthdays. They're doing the bunny rabbit thing, possibly. They're dragging trees into their homes. Everything that's not that he said to not do.
And they were doing them year by year, observing the calendar, right? The Roman calendar, yeah, like a revolving door. I mean, over and over and over again. So if we do something over and over and over again, what is it telling us? It tells us it doesn't work. You're being idiots. What you're doing isn't doing anything for you. It has no power. It's dead works. Stop doing it. Seek out Yahuwah. Go ahead, Toria.
Traditions of men.
Yeah, absolutely. Traditions of men. So to observe days and months and seasons and years over and over and over every single year, revolving, mark the calendar, right, is telling us that it doesn't work. This is why the high priest had to do these blood offerings over and over and over and over and over every single year and month, because they didn't work. But yet they didn't get it. They didn't understand that you're doing the same thing. You're not getting any different results. So why don't you try something else? I mean, they actually thought that these rituals they were performing were doing something, but yet they weren't, because they were still suffering. They were still under the banner, man. They were still under the curse. Nothing was happening for them. And even their conscience was still beating them up. They knew they were sinners. And so they were living under the bad conscience. They knew what they were inside. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, they did, but they, like you said, they kept on doing them. And it's the same thing that we see today. A lot of the things we see today have been supposedly cleaned up and repackaged, but it's the same thing, that we can look back on. And when it says that, lest by any means I have labored for you in vain, well, vain basically means that it's like a goal that's never going to be reached. I'm doing this, but to no purpose, really. It is basically what vain is. So,
yeah, and so he felt like he was wasting his time because they weren't stopping doing what didn't work. They continued to want to go back to the dead works. And you made an excellent point, Ted. Excellent point. Now, in our lifetimes, we have seen their conversion or their camouflage, and their remake, we'll say. So what they've done is they've taken these dead works and they've changed them, camouflaged them. They even say they mean something different now. And we don't no longer do it that way. We do it this way. And so they've tried to hide it even more by changing the outer appearance of it and even how they conduct the observance of it. But yet the dead works remains. So their tricks, their camouflage, their remake, if you will, their makeover isn't working either. They're still spinning in the mud, spinning their wheels. It's still dead works, ain't doing nothing for them, but yet they're continuing to do them under a different disguise. See what I'm saying? So instead of stop doing it altogether and doing something new, like trying to learn to do the good things to serve Yahuwah, they continue to do these fake, non-powerful, dead works under a disguise. It's called insanity, according to Einstein. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, we can see that at every Sunday worship service in every church around the globe on October the 31st, when they celebrate the Harvest Festival instead of Halloween, and they're still doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. But they think they're doing it different. Apparently they didn't read anything in Leviticus 18 or Deuteronomy 18 or anywhere else in the book where it says, do not do as the heathens do. You ever watch a Dove Award, for the Christian music industry? What a joke.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to say it's as if they think by cleaning it up and repackaging it that Yahuwah won't notice, like they can trick him somehow. And we all know that he knows everything before it's even going to happen. So how is that possible?
Yeah, but what's their purpose, man? I mean, are they doing this in order to try to buy Yahuwah's favor? Are they doing this to say, look, we're doing this for you our way, so give us a break and forgive our transgressions, overlook our transgressions, because look at all these religious things we're doing for you. Are they trying to buy Yahuwah's favor?
Syncretism.
And what are they doing? Go ahead, Toria.
I think it's because they think they're doing what's pleasing by changing it up for their own selves, because that way they don't have to give it all up to keep the people in. So they're not stopping and saying, is this what Yahuwah wants, or is this what I want? They're not doing things of Yahuwah, but things to satisfy others to get them to go into the circus. And to me, it's just like the 3,000 that were taken out. Oh, he knows my heart. But what they don't understand is they don't understand that passage. Yeah, he knows this. We all know he knows our hearts, and the heart is evil. And he didn't take those 3,000 out that they were worshiping an idol. They made the idol to represent him. They did what they wanted, not what he wanted. So I think that is the difference. And the world today is still doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great comparison. Go ahead, Tad.
To kind of add a little bit to what Sister Toria was saying, I also believe that a lot of the people just don't know Yahuwah, period. So they are doing things that please God in what they think is pleasing to him, even though we know he doesn't exist. Like I said, they don't know Yahuwah. They don't know the name. So they're doing the things that has been taught to them by their fathers and their fathers' fathers and so on, right on down the line, just all the traditions of men, thinking that is the correct way.
Fantastic. Excellent point, Ted. And so look, man, they think they're doing this because God likes it, right? Well, he does. They're right. Because God or GOTT or GAD from the Teutonic tribes were doing these things to God, which is the name of their mighty one, and they were absolutely sacrificing even human blood to their God. See what I'm saying? And so through that syncretism that has come down and into the universal religion, and so therefore the circuses do these things either directly or indirectly, meaning the same thing. And so they would go every year and collect virgins from different tribes and sacrifice them to God. See what I'm saying? So it continues through that syncretism or that universal religion known as Catholicism. Okay, go ahead, William. I'm going to get to you, Lou. Hang on a minute.
Real quick, they're still waging war against him. In the book of Jasher, it mentions when they're talking about Sodom and Gomorrah that they do these things to enrage him with intent. They're still doing that today. NASA, the church, the government, they do it to enrage him.
Yeah, they hate him and they hate his name. I absolutely believe the ones in the know, the councils of Hashatana, if you will, absolutely hate him, and they're doing these things to hurt him. I believe that, William, to a certain level. I do. Real quick, Brother Brick here says, most certainly this does not refer to the scriptural feasts and ordinances decreed by Yahuwah in the Torah. Okay, and this is a great, I'm glad you mentioned that, Brick, because this is what the circuses teach. They say that this right here, where it says you observe days, months, and seasons and years, is referring to the Jewish festivals and ordinances that they were celebrating. So they're saying, no, the Jews this is talking about the Jews celebrating these festivals and things of theirs, which shows you that, the Jews weren't supposed to be doing that. And this is what Brick means by, he was talking to converted pagans, not Jewish believers. You see, this is what the circus fails to understand when they teach it. This is talking about the Jewish festivals and ordinances and celebrations, okay? They wanted to turn back to their pagan observances that they had formerly known, which is, like Ted was saying, sacrificing virgin women to God. So see where it all gets mixed in there and how it's all mixed up and how it's all been established through all this different integration of all these pagan rituals and religious ceremonies and all this other stuff, and to bring it into a universal religion, is which they're trying to do today through existence and other different organizations. Brother Lou, you want to elaborate on syncretism there, that track you showed?
Yes, this is a little free track that we have on our website. It's called Syncretism. It's making stuff mean other stuff. And that's where they change the meaning of the stuff. And we still see these ancient pagan practices, bowing and so forth, to crosses, and there's Halloween and wreaths. They have no idea what they really are, but all these symbols are hypnotizing them, and they just grow up with them, and it's the familiarity with them that makes them feel like they're safe. But actually, it's an abomination. It's idolatry, and that's the thing that drives the world economy is idolatry. The merchants are getting rich. You look at the grocery stores and the department stores, and you see all this stuff cycling around these pagan things, and they have no idea that that's what it is. But then we've got other extraneous things that they do that are downloaded from sun worship, like the Olympics. they light the cauldron of the Greek idol, the sky deity called Zeus, and it's lit by the rays of the sun on Mount Olympus. And rosaries, prayer beads, repeated prayers like the pagans. And it's all basically a giant beast. And that's why I think he calls it a behemoth, because it's actually a fusion of all these different animals that make up their belief system. And there's all kinds of pagan mixture, and he doesn't want any of that. And it doesn't look like they want to stop. The more people wake up, the more they go back to sleep, because their families drag them back into the stuff, the birthdays and everything. And they think we're cruel and, we don't have a heart. But actually, we have a heart, but it's the heart of Yahuwah. He's the ruler of the universe, and we need to pay attention and obey him. He wants obedience, and that's all he wants. He's the king of the universe, and when he responded to the crowd that was coming to arrest him, and they said, "Who are you looking for?" And they said, "Yahusha of Nazareth," and he said, "I am he." And he was fulfilling another prophecy. When in that day, you will know I am he.
Thank you, Lou. Go ahead, Tad.
Elder Lou just, when he was talking about the syncretism and the Olympics, it just reminded me this last LORD's day, I actually went into another circus, and I don't want to mention any names or even the name of their congregation, but he was talking about how he loved God, but the pastor was, but how he was also a patriot, and that we should, as Americans, stand behind our people at the Olympics. And it just kind of reminded me of that.
And it's no surprise. I mean, they teach Christmas and Easter, and they even allow Halloween to be done on the grounds of the circus, which to them is holy ground. So therefore, it's okay to do it as long as you're doing that on holy ground. That's like getting right in the face of Yahuwah and acting like demons and devils and witches and casting spells right in front of his throne. I mean, come on, man. Where's that connection coming from? Yeah, so I'm not surprised. I mean, they're definitely in the delusion. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I wanted to compare how people thought when I was a child. I asked my mother, why don't they ever put Christmas trees in churches? And my mother said, because that is totally secular, and Christian churches will never have a Christmas tree in their church. And and then for a longest time they rejected Halloween, but now, like you said, now they've decided, well, let everybody, let's just do it all.
Yeah, they bring Christmas trees in their circuses now, and they even have Easter egg hunts and rolling with their nose across the circus lawn on the Sun's Day too, and they do the trunk or treat on the Holy Land. They do it all. They don't care. They just care about money. Their agenda must be something different than serving Yahuwah. Go ahead, Toria.
Well, learning what most of us have learned, every holiday, every celebration, the Olympics, those sports, all of that. I mean, the sports before they were sports were Olympia. All of them have a great sacrifice before they start the ceremony. They all have symbolisms. They all have rituals, every single one. And Yahuwah has none. He just asks us to believe. And that is what I've noticed. Anything that has a symbolism, or a ritual or a ceremony. They're all of Hashatan. That was just my comment.
Yeah, and that ceremony of lighting that torch is definitely the worship in Hashatan. But I mean, isn't there some kind of relationship to Greek mythology? And don't they bring Zeus into there and honoring him? Ain't that what the games is all about? Honoring Jesus?
And it wasn't a duel. Oh, look, I won. You fell off the horse. It was to the death.
Oh.
And it was to the next, and then the next great person would come up to challenge again. So there was always a great sacrifice before the ceremonies, and their duels were always to death.
Yeah, didn't they bring a virgin woman in all strapped up, quarter her or something before the games begin, or some kind of in devotion to Zeus or something? They did something weird. I can't remember.
That, and they sacrificed an innocent child.
Oh,
that gave them their agility. I mean, who knows? Were they drinking adrenochrome back then? I mean, this says nothing's new under the sun. You know what they were doing to these children to be youthful and strong. That's what sacrificing a child does for them. Longevity, strength, whatever.
And so Santa Claus and all these modern ways of doing these same acts, but just hidden, done differently and camouflaged, are really the same thing. It's achieving the same goal, right?
Well, the Yule log was a baby wrapped up, put under a tree because it was an evergreen, so it was to give them everlasting life. They would put it under the tree. Normally it was their first child as a sacrifice. I mean, each one has a sacrifice, and if for some reason it all goes to a child.
Yeah, so Satan Claus is really Moloch in disguise, and his witch's cone of power is no longer erection. He must be an old dude, can't get up anymore, so it's flopped down, right? And the ball on the end of that thing is his testicles. So we're observing Satan Claus is really being Moloch, and they're putting their children on his lap, which is meaning children sacrificing, putting on the lap of Moloch, putting them into the fire, which could mean either fleshly sacrifice or transgender, changing their child into the opposite sex. Has some kind of correlation with that, putting their children on Satan Claus's lap.
Well, and he is dressed in red, so that'd be the embers of the fire for sure.
Well, that one too is like his big belly had to resemble the like a pot belly stove that would get so hot it was so red before they throw the children in. And Coca-Cola, I'm sure you all know, enhanced the red color upon him and changed him from Odin into obviously Santa Claus, Satan Claus. And then the reindeers was from his horse that was 8-legged into 8 reindeers. And then, of course, you all know the Krampuses. I don't know if you know that they actually had a movie called The Krampus. And they still do this today. They still go, these Krampuses with their Satan Claus, go up the roads. I believe it's Germany. And they still go house to house, scaring the heckers out of these little kids, dressed with the big horns on their heads. They still do it to this day.
Yeah, we can go on and on and on and on about these fossilized customs, but really, they're no longer fossilized. They're actually a reality. They've just been changed in their current. They're practiced currently in our era under disguises, and even like the jack-o'-lantern, weren't they burning the children, collecting the fat from them as it melted, and then it set up, and so they would make a candle out of it and burn it inside of a pumpkin and put it on the parents' porch to chase away demons, protect them from demons. I mean, this is crazy stuff. And yet people still do that. And they put a horrified face. They carve it on the pumpkin as symbolizing their son as he was screaming as he was being burnt to death and sacrificed to Moloch. I mean, look how it's all blended together. Talking about syncretism. Asherah tree, the worship of all these different nations, worshiping all these different gods and female gods. Now they put them all together, even into the same holiday. So they're all getting a piece of the action. They didn't want to leave anyone behind. They wanted their God to be involved in every celebration. So they even mixed all the gods into one holiday. Crazy stuff, man. Go ahead, Ted.
Just a reminder, though, that we all know that there's only one name, that we can call on to be saved or redeemed. And when they have all these different gods, Hashatan is every one of them. He's every one of them that's not Yahusha. No matter what it is, he'll take the esteem from all those different names. Male, female, doesn't matter. It's all him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the devil goes by many names. The funny thing is he goes by many names, but he's gone through great lengths to hide the true one name of our Creator. Mind blowing. I guess that's the only name he can't go under, so he tries to hide it. He can go under all the other names and get esteemed, right? It's crazy stuff, man. Anybody else got anything on this?
Well, this morning I listened to Putin's final warning, may it be, I don't know, to the world, and they list a whole bunch of countries that they've got dialed in for their missiles right now. And a lot of those countries are the countries that have propagated all this foolishness, this paganism. And Victoria, when you said something about Germany, I thought about it. That was one of them. And America's one of them too. So it's on the bit shoot. The whole, the speech is there and they analyze it with Jeff Rentz. And it's pretty, it's not fearful to us, but it is pretty poignant. And he just said he's tired of it. And he calls us the great, Hashatan, along with all the others. So, it's a dire warning for sure if we keep messing with the Ukraine. And when they elected that new speaker, he said basically that was the last straw, because he knows they're not going to back off. They're not going to continue to. They're going to continue to foment this war, and it's just like they're in the face of Yahuwah, and he's going to drag the king of the north out, and put hooks in his jaws, and drag him into this fight, and that'll be our judgment, I'm afraid. And I'm not sure whether that is in scripture, Lou, but I know it talks about putting hooks in the jaws of the king of the north and dragging him into the fight, and he doesn't want to do it. And this is and I know he's a player in all this too, but Yahuwah uses other nations to judge others, so it's pretty interesting.
Go ahead, Toria.
I just had a thought. I was thinking, the Satan clause. I don't know why I've really never thought about it. Probably because I didn't do it. I mean, I did as a young child, but not with my own children. But when you go to the mall and he's sitting up there and people are lined up one by one with their children, it's such an offering, to put them on the lap of Molech and offer their kids up. I just really never thought of that. And it's just like Baphomet when you see him and he's got the two children at his knees, to his lap. It's the similarity is just so overwhelming. I just had that thought, wow. I mean, that's exactly what parents are doing and don't even have any idea what they're doing.
Yeah, most of the MTV music videos, especially Lady Gaga and some of them, they're all ritual right in front of you. Gwen Stefani, they all have all sorts of Masonic symbolism, the checkerboard, the black and white, and all that. And almost every one of their videos are definitely ritual, and they're doing ritual right in front of us. And of course, getting people to sing to the beat, get that tone into their head, all sorts of stuff. And I've studied this a long time, and it's really interesting, the tones and how they change the tones of music to be destructive instead of creative and everything. It's really interesting. So they're definitely doing it right in front of our face, for sure.
Anybody else?
Well, I was going to tell you, and in fact, when they take a really so-called blessed CD, which it wouldn't be a CD now, but anyway, they take it into a room where it is left with demons, supposedly, and they bless this thing before it goes out. And that's why the one singer, can't think of her name now, but she had 6 number ones in 1 year. 6 number ones, because and that's unheard of in one year. So definitely. And it's interesting because her parents were both her dad was a pastor, and she grew up in the church, in the circus. So definitely it's all very prevalent, and they're moving fast right now because they know time is short. So everything's starting to come out very badly.
Well, it's just like Madonna. She changed her name to Madonna. Obviously a ritual name. But I believe it's Italian, that it actually means sun god.
And yes, and she was trying it some years ago, and this could be a urban legend, who knows, trying to buy a property over the land of Midigo because she wants to have a front row seat to Armageddon. I mean, that's how crazy these people are. They think they're going to be untouched and be able to actually watch this thing go down. So it's really bizarre.
Yeah, she even did a ritual. I'm not sure if it was a video or one of her videos, or if it was a live, football kind of thing. But she did the ritual of Esther. Easter, whatever you want to call her.
Yeah,
the sun god.
Yeah, she wanted to rename herself Estar, and you should see her now. She's completely done a plastic surgery, probably, stem cell. She's completely different. You hardly recognize her. I know I saw her on the red carpet. I mean, I was in the security industry. I never did anything with those guys. I got out of it because I just did not want to be near these people. But nevertheless, I saw her on the red carpet with she must have adopted another boy from Africa, but she looked just like the Wicked Witch, man. I mean, she looked so decrepit. And I felt sorry for that little boy. I prayed for him. And then, of course, now she's completely redone herself. If you Google her image, you won't even think it's her. It's so unbelievable. So I don't know what she's done, where she's gone, but she's definitely into the adrenochrome for sure. And that's all comes from Count Dracula and all that Dracula stuff. That's all about adrenochrome. Ultimately, they just are hiding it behind this, this whole facade.
Yeah, that's why I think these vampire movies for these young kids have become so popular, to get them into it.
Anybody else? Okay. So before we get going on the rest of the chapter there, Phil, what you were referencing is in Ezekiel 38 with the hook into their jaws. So just briefly, I'll read a couple of the verses here. And y'all want to study that, read the entire Ezekiel 38 chapter, you get a chance. But it says, And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Gog in the land of Magog, the prince of Rush, which is Russia, Meshech, and Tubal, and prophesy against him. And you shall say, Thus says the Master Yahuwah, See, I am against you, Gog, the prince of Rush, Meshech, and Tubal, and I shall turn you around, and I shall put hooks into your jaws, and shall lead you out with all your army, horses and horsemen, clad perfectly, a great assembly with armor and shields, all of them handling swords. Persia, Cush, and Put are with them, all of them with shield and helmet. So this is obviously speaking about Armageddon. So it could be leading up to Armageddon here, guys. It's a very good possibility there, what Phil's saying. I mean, weird things are beginning to happen. I think we're in the second year of the birth pains, but that's just me. All right. Does anybody else got anything to add or questions or anything? Okay, Ted, let's continue on then, please.
If you don't mind, Elder Mark, I'm going to read verse 12, and I kind of read ahead and read that. I'm going to stop after that verse, and I was wondering if you might, because I'm having a hard time figuring it out. So, brothers, I beg you to become as I am, because I am as you are. You did not wrong me at all.
Okay. Anybody got any ideas on that? To answer this question, we need to read a little further. Okay. And then I think it'll be self-evident what he's talking about. And so go ahead and read that, and I'll kind of stop you right where we need to be.
All right. But you know that through weakness of the flesh, I brought the Besorah to you before, and my trial, which was in my flesh, you did not despise or reject, but you received me as a messenger of Yahuwah, as Mashiach Yahusha. What then was your blessedness? For I bear you witness that if possible, you would have plucked out your own eyes and given them to me. So then, have I become your enemy, speaking truth to you?
Okay, stop. All right, so I think this is self-explanatory now. Is everybody seeing that? And so what seems to me what was happening was they were kind of worshiping Paul at first. They thought he was the Mashiach. I mean, they were looking at Paul like he was like the equal with the Mashiach, man. They were actually kind of almost worshiping Paul. And if he would have told them, I mean, they were so big into Paul that if he would have said, pluck out your eyes, they would have done so. You know, so they were really strong. So what he's saying here is, look, you know, I'm like you. You know, I'm just fleshly, a sinner like you, you know, and through the compassion, the grace, and the mercy of Yahuwah, I became who I am. You know, a messenger, a servant of Yahuwah. I'm not better than anybody else. I'm same as you. Okay. And then he's saying, but now that he's enlightening them, he's giving them more details about things. He's explaining some of the spiritual things, some of the things that Yahuwah wants, what Yahuwah desires. And so he's speaking truth to them by revealing the Torah, Yahuwah's desires. And all of a sudden now they're turning against him, and they're not seeing him as such a high and mighty person anymore. They're seeing him as, you know, some kind of person that's bothering them, that's hindering them, it's, you know, causing them to feel bad about themselves or whatever. So now he's saying, have I become your enemy, speaking truth to you? After you were worshiping me, basically? See what I'm saying, Ted? Does anybody else have any thoughts on that or understanding of that better than I do? Go ahead, Ted.
I still had one little question, though. when it says, brothers, I beg you to become as I am, because I am as you are. I understand you were saying that they were kind of worshiping him, and he's just telling them, I'm just like you. I'm just a man. But I still don't quite understand where it says you did not wrong me at all. I don't quite get what he's getting.
So they were devoted to Paul, and then now they're turning against Paul because he's speaking more truth to them. He's revealing things to them that goes along with their conversion. So it's not a big bowl of cherries anymore. You have to obey Yahuwah type thing. You have to stop doing all that elementary things, some pagan rituals that you guys were brought up doing. You can't do any of them. So now they're kind of backing off and turning away. And so where she is up here, I fear for you, least by any means I have labored you in vain, because they're converting back, or they're going backwards. And rather, they're looking back. And instead of holding the plow and looking ahead, they're looking back. What's so bad about looking back? Because when you look back, you're seeing the idolatry. That's what they're looking back to see. They're missing what they were doing, the idolatry acts that they're doing. They're missing their statues in their rugged crosses and all this kind of stuff, Christmas trees. They're looking back, because
doing the same thing Lot's wife did.
Yeah, and that's why Lot's wife turned to Saul, because she looked back, but she was missing the things of the religious world, the idolatry. And he said, you want it, you'll become it. Bam, he made her a statue. Okay. So where it says here, brothers, I beg you to become as I am, because I am as you are, a fleshly human. You're a man. You're a human. Okay. Because I am as you are. I'm a human. I'm not a spiritual messenger or a God. I'm a human just like you. Become as I am, a converted human into a spiritual being. Okay? Because I am as you are. I'm a human just like you. You did not wrong me at all. And so what they did to him, and when they wronged him, I don't really see what it is, other than when they were going back and doing the elementary things, he's saying, you weren't harming me, you're harming yourself. Okay, by doing those things, you're not hurting me. You're not wronging me. You're hurting yourself. Is this all in vain? Am I talking to you and teaching you these things in vain? Am I wasting my time? See what I'm saying? It's all on a literal level.
That makes much more sense now that you explained it that way. You're not hurting me at all. You're hurting yourself. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense than you did not wrong me at all. Okay. Thank you.
There's no spiritual insight to this. This is all literal. To think like a man. Anybody else? Okay. All right, Ted, let's move on with it then.
Okay, picking up in verse 17. They are ardent towards you for no good, but they wish to shut you out, that you might be ardent towards them. And it is good always to be ardent in what is good, and not only when I am present with you. My little children, for whom I am again in birth pains until Mashiach is formed in you, even now I wish to be present with you now and to change my tone, for I have doubts about you.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right. So obviously here now, he's questioning their integrity. Up in 18, he's saying, it is good always to be ardent in what is good, to be ardent in what is good, and not only when I am present with you. So this is questioning their integrity, or he's trying to explain integrity to them, perhaps. So what is integrity? Anybody know? How would you define integrity? So in this instance, what Paul's speaking about here is he's saying you do good even when no one is watching. And if you're all by yourself, continue to do good, practice good, even when nobody else is watching. We always have to remember there is someone watching us. It's Yahuwah. All right. So no matter what, there is somebody watching you. But in what Paul's saying here is, look, do good. And even when I'm not with you or nobody's watching you, continue to do good. This is integrity. This makes you trustworthy. You're a trustworthy person, then you have high integrity. And you say, so if we're doing things only in front of people, but then like here on this screen, and then when we're all gone and we're by ourselves in our house and nobody's watching, we smoke dope and get drunk on alcohol or do whatever, okay, because nobody knows, it's not integrity. That's bad. That's going back into your old habits, and doing things because you think you're getting away with it because no one's seen, but yet Yahuwah is seen. Yahuwah knows. That's all that really matters, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. Yahuwah knows. So, my little children, from whom I am again in birth pains, until Mashiach is formed in you, even now I wish to be present with you now and to change my tone, for I have doubts about you. So he's doubting that they have integrity, that they're doing the things that they're supposed to be doing, and then perhaps maybe even not doing anything at all to worship Yahuwah. Maybe they're just back doing all their pagan ways because he's not around. So he wants to come and see what they're doing. See what I'm saying? Anybody got any thoughts on all that? I mean, yeah, this is speaking of these pagan converts here and how he's doubting them. I mean, there's questions really if even the Galatians ever did totally convert. By reading the letter to them here that Paul wrote, I mean, you'll see at the end of our study, it's questionable if these people, if these converts up here in Galatia ever did convert totally over. It leaves doubt. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, he said right there he was waiting. He says, for whom I am again in birth pangs until Mashiach is formed in you. So he's desperately trying to bring the Ruach to them. Yeah,
he's hurting, man. He's seeing that, man. What's up, man? Are these people? Am I wasting my time? Or these people are not going to convert? They're going to be lost, And it's really bothering him really bad. And they're definitely converting back to their old habits for sure. Anybody got any other thoughts on that one? Yeah, so their integrity comes into question, their conversion, total conversion even comes into question. Maybe they just stay lukewarm. They never did convert totally. I don't know. It really doesn't give us any clear assessment to it at the end. So, all right, go ahead, Tad.
Okay, picking up in 21. Say to me, you who wish to be under Torah, do you not hear the Torah? For it has been written that Abraham had 2 sons, one by a female servant, the other by a free Asha. Okay, hang on. All right, so here he's going to change the subject on us a little bit now, but it still stays with the Torah, which we know is animal sacrifices and male circumcision. Okay, so just before we get into this, notice that he says, even now I wish to, wait a minute, where's that? Oh, say to me, you who wish to be under Torah, do you not hear the Torah? So they wish to be under the Torah means they like doing these animal sacrifices. They like performing these religious rituals. They like it.
it's not, Yahuwah doesn't desire those, but yet they do. And this is how they want to worship Yahuwah, with strange fire. Aaron's sons were destroyed because of this. Why are they getting away with it? Because they're heathen, they're Gentiles? Go ahead, Phyllis. You're muted, Phyllis.
I'm confused because earlier when we started this chapter, we were talking about the Galatians being pagans and doing all these pagan rituals. Now you're talking about them wanting to do the Jewish. Were they Jews doing Jewish things, or were they pagans doing pagan things?
They were both doing the same things before they were converted. You know, Gentiles always have done animal sacrifices. They do it to Baal, to other mighty ones. You know, they've always done these weird things because they don't know Yahuwah. That's why he had to take that mindset that was ingrained in them from birth and use it as a trainer to bring them out of that mindset until the time of Mashiach, you know. See what I'm saying? So they're wanting to it's like the same thing. So yeah, the Yehudim were doing animal sacrifices and so forth and so on altars, mostly in Jerusalem in the Temple Mount. But so were the Gentiles. They were slaughtering animals, slaughtering babies, slaughtering virgin women on altars as well to their mighty ones. And so it seems like maybe the same thing, but really it wasn't. But here Paul uses the word Torah again, which we know refers to adult male circumcision and animal sacrifices, right? And so what was going on there? Well, more than likely, they were hanging out. There was Yehudim doing these things, and some of the converts who had tried to become Yehudim through male circumcision and water immersion were doing these animal sacrifices together. It's a possibility that is what was going on here. So if we look at it again here, it says, even I wish to be present with you. So where is that? I lost it. Oh, here it is. Say to me, you who wish to be under Torah. Under the animal sacrifices, the dead works, male adult circumcision. So basically, they were trying to convert into Yehudism by doing this male circumcision, adult male circumcision, and in water immersion to become a Yehudai. And this is what they had to do, right? Instead of entering into Yisrael through Yahusha, the blood of the Lamb, they were trying to do it the other way, which didn't work. And these Gentiles, don't forget, could have been scattered tribes. They could have been the lost sheep living among the Gentiles and just didn't even know that they were Yehudim. They were Ephraim. They didn't even know. They were just scattered in there as well. So that's a possibility too. So for husband, all right. So this to me is meaning animal sacrifice, adult male circumcision, dead works, old habits, old ceremonies, which they like to do. They prefer to do these. Did anybody else got any thoughts on that? Go ahead, William.
Yeah, I don't think animal sacrifice was originally something that humanity just brought about of their own thinking. If we go back to Genesis 6 and Mount Hermon in what we call the Golan Heights today, where they came down and they had sex with women. The angels came down and had sex with women, and they transgressed the natural order of Yahuwah. I believe that animal sacrifice, in the sense of what became an abomination, was from the mighty one, the Mins of Renown, and it was given to humanity outside of the divine order of Yahuwah, basically giving him the finger because they're always trying to make him mad. Okay, that was the sons of Elohim, the Nephilim and the Rephaim. That's where I think animal sacrifice amongst the nations, humanity, came from.
I mean, it may have originated there, who knows, but it no doubt morphed and grew and became other things to other people and spread, they were doing all kinds of weird stuff, we have to remember here too now that through all these different assemblies that Paul was establishing and things and so forth and so on, there was not only pagan converts, there were Yehudite converts mixed in there too. There was both. Because remember, Paul always went and found the Yehudim first. He always went to the congregations of the Yehudim first, synagogues, whatever you want to call them, and then he spoke to them first. And then if they rejected him, then he would go out to the nations and take the Besorah. So he no doubt had converts, Jewish converts and Gentile converts. In these assemblies. And so maybe the Yehudim, the Yehudite converts, were teaching when Paul wasn't there. They took over and they were teaching the Gentile converts to do the things of the Torah, which they were raised on. And this was their mindset. They couldn't convert by themselves. They didn't have the knowledge to do so. And if they didn't have the Ruach HaKodesh in them, they were helpless. They could do nothing. So this could be part of all this as well. Anybody else? Say to me, you who wish to be under Torah, do you not hear the Torah? So obviously, the Gentile converts were influenced by the Yehudim converts. Because they weren't teaching the belief, conversion by belief, right? They were teaching conversion by Torah. So there was some kind of influence there. Make sense? Anybody else got anything on that? What do y'all think about this statement here? Let me see. Well, there we go. Galatians were under false teachers. What do y'all think of that? No doubt some of the Galatian converts now who were heavenly influenced through their pagan understandings and studies were mixing that up and getting confused with the Besorah of Yahusha, especially if there was any type of resemblance there, and also the false teachers of the Yehudim were teaching Orthodox Judaism to them, like male adult circumcision. That was one of the biggest things that Paul was battling. So it was heavily influencing not just the Galatians, but all the assemblies. Because there was Yehudim troublemakers that were going around telling these new converts, hey, you can't just believe in the Messiah. You have to be circumcised, man, to get into the covenant. That's what the Torah says. Why? Why were they doing that? Because they were following Moshe, not Yahusha. Even the Jews today, the ones over in Israel today, they follow Moshe. They don't follow Yahusha. They're confused. They think Moshe's the deliverer. They really do. And so did the Yehudim back in these days. They thought Moshe was the deliverer, man. They went by Moshe, the Torah. See what I'm saying? And so this, another thing here is what Paul could be saying is, say to me, you who wish to be under Torah or under Moshe, do you not hear the Torah? Do you not hear what Moshe says to you? See what I'm saying? So you got to understand that Hebrew mindset, that they're following after Moshe, not Yahusha. You know, that comes into play here too. Now look at here what Brick is saying. To my way of thinking, to be under the law or the Torah's instructions. So really the law here is, you got to, but to be under the law is to be relying upon the Torah for salvation. Is this a true statement? It could be, but it could be a slippery slope as well. And guys, you got to be careful you don't fall into Christianity here. This is like a slippery slope, but yet true to me. So to my way of thinking, to be under the Torah is to be relying upon the Torah for deliverance. And that's true. And we all know that Torah cannot save us. It's powerless over the flesh. It holds no power. It cannot do nothing to deliver you. The only thing can deliver you is the promise, the blood of the Lamb. But does that mean we abolish the Torah and we don't follow the Torah anymore or the voice of Yahuwah anymore? It absolutely does not. So what's the big problem? Is the word Torah. If it's speaking of adult male circumcision and animal blood sacrificing to save you, then no way. That stuff doesn't have any power at all. Zero power. If it's talking about the Torah or the moral laws that define sin for us, then it's good to follow that. Matter of fact, you have to. Go ahead, William.
Lou, question. I'm trying to find it. Where is Galatia on the map at this time in history, this point in history?
I think it's up in Greece, north.
So there wouldn't be any pagan influence if it was around Greece, would there be?
Well, yeah, heavy in pagan influence.
Yeah, just kind of throwing that out there.
The whole world was. The whole world was under heavy pagan influence, except for Yisrael. And even a lot of them were, I'm not going to say it's a pagan influence, but they were under influence coming out of Egypt. They brought with them, they were still mixed up. I don't know. They weren't totally, well, Abraham, when he came out and they were learning the ways of Yahuwah, but then when they went into Egypt because of that drought, they picked up a lot of bad habits and passed them on to their children. 400 years later, they come out of there like pagans. And Yahuwah had to retrain them all over again. So they still had all that influence there too, which is notable through their animal sacrifices and stuff and everything they were doing. Go ahead, Toria. You didn't have your hand up? Okay.
No.
All right. So, let's see what Brick was said something here. Oh, yeah, here it is. I am just calling it what the Christians do. They call the Torah law. And yeah, we figured that as much, Brick. Yeah, we knew that's what you were doing. That's why I replaced it with Torah. So to my way of thinking, to be under the Torah is to be relying upon the Torah for deliverance, which is right. We know that ain't going to happen, right? Everybody should know that. Okay. Anything else on this one?
Real quick, I found it here. Galatia was actually slightly northwest of Antioch, which was close to the coast, just above Syria, and Galatia was actually in Asia Minor.
Oh yeah. Not to say that, I remember now. Where did they sail to when they left? When they went around the assemblies and then went up into Macedonia? That's where it was. That's what I was thinking. Macedonia. That's North Greece. Yeah. All right. All right, Ted. I guess let's continue on then.
Okay, picking up in verse 23. But he.
I think.
Okay, I'll start back at 22. For it has been written that Abraham had two sons, one by a female servant, the other by a free Asha.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so here it's saying that Abraham had two sons, but we know he actually had more than that. But why aren't they being mentioned here? Why are they not acknowledged? Anybody know? Okay, so you all have the BYNV, right? So go over to page 3, or there in the beginning there, in the prefaces of the BYNV. It's on page 3 in my book. We see the lineage or the family tree of Abraham there drawn out for you. Everybody seeing it? Everybody there? And so here we have Yishmael and Yeshak. So through Hagar came Yishmael, which is the Arabians, and then which are the half brothers of the Israelites. They have the same father, different mother, which was an Egyptian, so she was a slave woman. And then in the middle, we see Abraham through Sarah, the free woman, his wife, came Yishak or Isaac. And then through Isaac came Jacob and Esau. Okay. And then you can see through Jacob, then the 12 tribes of Yisrael, and through Yehuda, the tribe of Yehuda, came Daud, Jesse, Daud, and down to Yahusha. Our deliverer came through the line of Yehuda. And then we go over, and here's the surprise that most people don't see. And it's through a woman called Quitera. And then Abraham had 6 sons. Go ahead, Lou.
I wanted to point out that this connects with what you're referring to now on that chart. And this is in Bereshith, or Genesis, chapter 25. And if you start reading about verse 5, now Abraham gave all that he had to Yitzchak. But to the sons of the concubines whom Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts while he was still living, and sent them away from his son Yitzchak, eastward to the land of the east. And all these were the years of Abraham's life, which he lived, 175 years. Wow. So he had other sons, and he supported them all the years of his life.
And he ended up sending them away from Yitzchak, also just like he did Ishmael, right? Because Isaac was, through Isaac came the promise, the belief. Go ahead, Toria.
What I see is this is all about the firstborn.
How do you mean?
Our Messiah was the firstborn. This is an example of the firstborn of the marriage covenant. Esau was not, or sorry, not Esau. Ishmael was of the servant woman, so she was not of the covenant. It's all about firstborn and covenant.
That's a great.
We are also the firstborn to those who are in Yahusha. We are the firstborn.
Sort of first fruits. That's a great point, Torio. I was wondering where you were going there, but yeah, that was a great point. Did you all catch what she was saying there? So Ishmael was the firstborn, but outside of the covenant. And so Yishak became the firstborn of the covenant. Very good point. I never even thought about that before. Go ahead, Tad.
What I'm seeing here also is it says in verse 6 of chapter 25, but to the sons of the concubines whom Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts while he was still living. I think that's important. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's saying to me that they received their gifts while he was still alive, that they were not going to receive the gifts of Yishmael or Yishak, that they got their gifts already while he was still alive, so they didn't get anything after he died.
Okay, so Ishmael and the other 6 were all sons of concubines, were they not? So he had 7 sons to concubines and 1 to his wife, the free woman. Is that correct?
Well, plus he said he would make a great nation or nations of Yishmael,
yes.
but that they would be against, constantly against.
They'd be in opposition or contrast to the covenant, which is why I said Toria, which she brought up, was a fantastic point, that Ishmael was born outside of that covenant. So they feel that the covenant should be through them with Ishmael for the firstborn, but his mother was a slave woman, so she couldn't be part of the covenant. So the inheritance had to go through the free woman through Yishak, the covenant. Go ahead, Todd.
Oh, William had his hand up first. Go ahead, William.
Go ahead, William. Sorry, bro.
That's quite all right. I'm sure somebody else kind of maybe caught this when they were looking at his third wife's name. It actually has Torah written in it, or Torah, and in Hebrew that name means incense. Wasn't incense a sweet smell to Yahuwah?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Hello? Maybe you got something on that? Because I know in some places it's an abomination, when the pagans are using the incense. If you're burning the incense, that's not a good thing. But
where are you getting at that means incense, though? Torah. That quits queer.
Okay, well,
Torah means instruction. So what would the queer? How would that QE on the front of it make it mean incense?
Yeah, well, this is what I'm getting. That they came up under the Hebrew definition of what that word meant.
Oh, what do you say, Lou?
Wait a minute, let's see if I got my mic off.
It's on.
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was just looking that up myself. It looks like it means incense, fragrance. Keturah is a feminine name. It has a female ending in translating to incense. And it means it's sure to exhilarate all the senses. And it's a baby name that is fairly popular. In fact, the Arabs use it quite often. In fact, the mother of the tribes is Keturah. And that's how they connect with Abraham. Although the thing that we have to remember is Hagar was an Egyptian, and it was kind of a mixed racial thing, you know. And I don't know what, I haven't ever researched what the lineage of Keturah herself was, but as far as the name itself, it's popular with Yahudim, Christian, and Muslims. Of course, Muslims is a weird term, but it means Arabs, I guess, because it doesn't matter. But Christians themselves, if they take on Keturah, they must have been doing some deep research, you know, looking up baby names that were connected to Abraham, you know. But that's about all I know about Keturah. It does look like it's spelled the same. I'd have to look at the Hebrew root, you know, and I'll do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of, I mean, we know that she couldn't have been a Israelite. She couldn't have been Hebrew because they weren't allowed to make them the slaves of their brothers and sisters, right? I mean, they could sell themselves into slavery for so many years, but then they had to be released, right? But this wasn't, she was a concubine. She had to be of another nation or race to be a slave. I'm pretty sure. They weren't allowed to enslave themselves or their brothers and sisters. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going back to verse 22 in Galatians that we read. It had been written that Abraham had 2 sons. And why I think that he didn't, the point I was making is why I think he didn't mention the other 6 is because of what I said before. I think because they had received their gifts while he was still alive. And so they didn't get mentioned back here. And that's kind of a question as well.
Yeah. I guess that would go back to back in that era and what I guess the rights of these children from this other concubine would have. You know, was there any rights at all? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like not having an heir. You know, what's the law? Well, it could be whoever he wanted to be, his nephew or one of his servants that were, you know, real loyal to him or something. They could leave it to anybody they wanted, even to a daughter. If they had no sons, they could pick a daughter, usually the firstborn daughter. So, yeah, it's hard to say because I really don't know, you know, much about that legal stuff back in that day on how all that would play out. But my guess is they weren't recognized for some reason. You know what I'm saying?
And hence not mentioned here in Galatians 4 then.
Yeah. So for some legal reason, they weren't required to have anything. Like in other words, Yishak didn't have to acknowledge them as his brother or give them anything. So they were without inheritance, maybe possibly due to some law that was back then. I really don't know. I'm just guessing. Go ahead, William.
Strong's H6989 mentions Keturah, a feminine passive particle of Qatar, perfumed. So, it's kind of curious that we don't know where she came from and we don't know what happened to the kid. But if we look at the definition of that name, incense or perfumed, that doesn't imply a negative connotation to it. That's a rabbit hole. We might have something here we need to dig into.
Yes, we need to a little bit, but if you can do it, William, I appreciate sharing it with us if you get a chance to dig into that. But you're right; it doesn't seem to imply, you know, wickedness or anything wrong. You know, it seems to be a sweet-smelling fragrance type thing. You know, but I'm thinking that why they're not mentioned here, and it's saying that he only had 2 sons because there was no legal standing for them for some reason back then, but that's just a guess. I'm just assuming that. Go ahead, Will.
Didn't he marry her after Sarah died? Would he not be free from that according to the law of marriage?
What do you think, Lou? Was Sarah still alive when he had them 6 sons with her?
I think it says that after she passed away that he obtained the 3rd wife.
Yeah, she was after she passed away. So she would have been the smell that came upon him after a loss.
Where's that written?
Well, okay.
Where's that written, somebody? That he married this woman after Sarah died.
I think it's in one of the removed books. I can't remember. I just know I read it.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you could find where that's written.
First Chronicles.
First
Chronicles talks about her a little bit. There's a concubine, Keturah, mentioned in verse 32, and born of the concubine of Keturah, there was several sons. And that doesn't even count the daughters that were possibly born. Yeah,
that was the daughter. I don't think they counted the women if there was a son born. Only if there were no sons, then they would count the women. Go ahead, William.
Genesis 21:1. Abraham remarried 3 years after the death of Sarah.
Oh, where's that at?
There it is.
Genesis 21:1.
Genesis 21:1, and Yahuwah visited Sarah as he had said. Did you say 21:1?
Yeah, that's what it's pointing to.
And Yahuwah visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahuwah did for Sarah as he had spoken. So Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age at the appointed time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son who was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Yeshak. And Abraham circumcised his son. No, I'm not saying it.
I'm not seeing it either. I'm gonna go ahead and read through that and see if I can find that. And
Okay.
It may be somewhere a little bit farther down the road there. If I find it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, if you research it and find out some good info on it, let us know, man.
Okay.
We'd be very interested in hearing it. Because I've never heard that, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I don't know everything for sure, so I'm not even going to pretend like I do. So this is interesting, and I think it's would be nice for somebody to research it and share it with the rest of us. Okay, here's
it seems logical. It just seems logical that he would wait until Sarah died. Yeah, because obviously she wasn't real nearby, where he would be visiting her often and making children. I expect that Sarah would be pretty upset with that. But I think that Sarah probably did die, but there's probably something that'll hint or tell us directly here in Scripture.
Yeah, but still, even Hagar was a concubine of Sarah, and she gave him to Abraham. So maybe she gave this other concubine to him later on in life after she had Yitzhak, which is really weird because Abraham was already over 100 years old. I mean, how many women did he want after over 100 years old? Man, he must have been a stallion. You know what I'm saying? That kind of blows my mind too. At his age, and Sarah probably didn't want anything else to do with having a child after she was over 100 years old too. She probably said, "I have enough of that. Here, take my concubine, do it with her. Have more children with her." Now, who knows, man? I'm just talking stupid now, but it'd be interested to know the truth of it all for sure. It could be either or something else totally. Go ahead, Ted.
I believe I found what William was talking about here.
Oh, okay.
It's in the very end of Genesis 24, verse 67, and then 25:1. And Yishak brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and he took Ribkah, and she became his Asha, and he loved her. Thus Yishak was comforted after his mother's death. And then in 25:1 it says, and Abraham took another Asha, whose name was Keturah.
Good job, brother. Good job.
It is my master. So, and the servant said, it is my master. So she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak all the things he had done. And Yitzhak brought her into his mother's Sarah's tent, and he took Ribkah, and she became his Asha, and he loved her. Thus Yitzhak was comforted after his mother's death. And Abraham took another Asha, whose name was Keturah, and she bore him Zimran and Yokshan and Medan and Midian and Yitzbak and Shuk. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children. There it is. Good job, Ted.
Wow.
So obviously then she was Abraham's wife. He married her after Sarah died then. Outstanding. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, I never knew all that, man. This is very, very interesting. So the question remains, why weren't they mentioned in Galatians? Why does it say he only had 2 sons and when he actually had 8? Go ahead, Doria.
Because I believe not only were they not of the first covenant, the original covenant, also they weren't, because his second wife was, I believe, an example of the renewed covenant. Sarah was the covenant, and she was the renewed covenant.
So Hagar represented slavery to sin and death. Hagar did. And then Sarah represented being set free by the renewed covenant, being set free from the Torah, right? And through belief. And then so the third wife did what? What do you think she represented?
Where does it say third wife?
Oh, second wife.
His second wife represents the renewed covenant,
The renewed covenant.
because they were in a covenant.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible that the third wife and her children, we've got 6 names we can start looking up, see if we see anything that comes out of that. But
yeah,
apparently they were blessed. Maybe taking this hypothetically, because it doesn't mention anything about them, like where it does Ishmael, where he becomes a great nation that comes against Abraham and his seed. Maybe they were just blessed with a great life, and that was it. Because, like Toria said, these first 2 were chosen. Abraham, Ishmael from Hagar came out of Abraham's doubting.
Yeah, but the renewed covenant had to come through Sarah.
Right, exactly.
Because
that was the covenant. Yeah.
It's the line of Yahusha. So it can't be the second wife is the renewed covenant that Sarah is. So I think the second wife is just isn't representing really anything at all. It's just it was a continuation of Abraham's life. I mean, I think the old covenant and the new covenant, renewed covenant, was already been established and put away with in the new established. So there was nothing afterwards that was any significance into these 6 children, and maybe that's why they're not mentioned.
That very well could be.
Go ahead, Todd.
I had a thought on why Yishmael was definitely mentioned. I think it's because Hagar was given to Abraham by Sarah.
Yeah, she was.
It was her maiden or her handmaiden, I believe, and they were still married when she gave Abraham Hagar because she was barren. So I think that's why Yishmael gets mentioned, because, like I said, basically it was Sarah that gave Abraham Hagar.
Yeah, there definitely had to be a conversation. Yeah, because they thought that she couldn't have children, so by doing that, he would have an heir for the promise, and the promise would come through him. But it was not the case. They were wrong. They were totally wrong. And Yahuwah said, "Hey, you guys are nuts, man. They ain't what my plan is. What are you doing, assuming these things? Now you're in big trouble. You're going to pay the price for that. That wasn't my plan. That wasn't my desire." The inheritance is coming through Yitzhak, through Sarah, not through Hagar. Now there's going to be trouble because you did that. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Toria.
And let's not forget that Hagar was also given as a gift. She was a gift to that for the Pharaoh gave her to Abraham for the discretion that came upon him. Not only that, in a marriage covenant, I believe they had to have an agreement within their covenant to make it a covenant to bring Hagar into their marriage covenant. One cannot do without another. Also, I believe the first covenant marriage, the first covenant was Yahuwah. The second was Yahusha. The third is us.
Yeah, I'm not following that. There's something about I can't remember if Hagar was the daughter of the Pharaoh or if she was just a slave that
she was his daughter.
Yeah.
It's actually in I'm trying to remember what book it was I read. She was his daughter. Not only did he give her in the beginning, he gave them cattle, fine linen, and the final thing he gave them was her.
Yeah. Was that when they were over there and and he said that was his sister, and so he almost caused him to sin, so he sent him away and gave him Hagar and some other stuff?
Yes.
So and we're going to, as we read, we're going to see this clear. But Hagar represented a slave woman, a bondage to sin and death. That's what she represented, was the old covenant that it had no power. It couldn't deliver us. It was dead works, and so Sarah represents the free woman that came after the death and resurrection of the Mashiach. Through the line of Sarah would become the promise, Yahusha. So the giving of Hagar to Abraham by Sarah in order to have a child, to give him an heir, was a mistake. They did something that was not right. They screwed up, man. And so it had no bearing, no spiritual implications whatsoever connected to the renewed covenant, because it was a huge mistake. And they're paying for that mistake even now. That's why they're still quarreling and fighting over there and hate each other, because the Arabs think that they should be the one that inherits the covenant, the land, the old covenant, the land covenant of Abraham, because Ishmael was the firstborn, and as far as they're concerned. But what they're not realizing is, no, this was a mistake by two human beings. It had nothing to do with Yahuwah and his covenant with his people. It wasn't part of Yahuwah's covenant at all. It was a mistake by two humans. Go ahead, Toria.
Because when she was given, she was not given as a bride. She was given as a servant.
Yeah, she was supposed to have her baby sitting on Sarah's lap. And so that would symbolize that Sarah had the child, so that would be Sarah and Abraham's child, not Hagar's. She was a slave. She had to give the child, act like it wasn't hers, but she didn't. Okay, so she fed the child, nursed the child, and she basically, the child knew that was his mother, and so Sarah was left out, and so she hated Hagar for that. You know what I'm saying? But then Yahuwah completed his will, and the covenant came through Yitzhak. She became pregnant with Yitzhak. That was the covenant was between Yahuwah and Abraham, not Yahuwah, Abraham, and Hagar. That was a mistake. So we got to be careful with, including that in the new covenant, because it had nothing to do with it. They made a big boo-boo. Go ahead, William.
Slipped my mind.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right. Okay, wow. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking about when Jacob and Esau were born, and one was supposed to inherit, but the one that wasn't supposed to inherit, with his mother's help, faked his father out, took the inheritance.
Mm-hmm.
So when the other one came and said, "Where's my inheritance?" he said, "I have nothing left to give you." So Abraham had to chase off Ishmael so that he wouldn't receive the inheritance. He gave the inheritance to Isaac, and there was nothing left to give the other six.
Yeah, they were basically irrelevant, I guess. Like I said, there's no connection there. It's after, it's afterwards, man. So it's already, the covenant was already established. So what's the six have to do with the covenant? Nothing. Neither did Ishmael. But interesting point you made there, Phyllis, that Ishmael is in fact the firstborn of Abraham, even though it was with a concubine. Yitzhak, like Tor said, is the firstborn of the covenant. But Esau and Jacob were twins, and Esau was born first. But yet Jacob, the covenant had to go through him. It's almost like a repeat, So if he did allow Sarah and Abraham's plan to take place, then it went through Ishmael, through a slave person. See, it would have been weird. And even if it would have went through Esau, would the 12 tribes would have come through Esau if Jacob or Jacob didn't deceive his father and inherit the rights of the firstborn? Isn't that weird that he stole that? He violated the covenant, but yet the covenant came through him. Have you ever thought of that? That's really weird. Go ahead, William.
He gave the covenant to Abraham as a covenant of promise, but the covenant was made to him. He swore by himself, because if he had man involved in it, man was going to continue to break the covenant. Okay.
That's a good point.
See what Mr. Three Jobs put up there? That's an interesting observation that actually has a good point to it, along with what Monique Day said right behind that. I thought that was kind of cool.
What did he say? I don't see it.
Mr. Three Jobs, another woman, Sarah, giving a man an apple, and yeah, there you go. And man eating it. Bingo.
Another woman, Sarah, giving a man an apple and a man eating it. Sarah's disbelief. Remember, Sarah laughed at Yahuwah's plan with his chid through Sarah, child through Sarah. Tori, I think. Go ahead, Toria.
I was thinking of Esau. The reason, I mean, he gave up his birthright very quickly. He didn't fight for it. So I think Yahuwah knew his heart, and he already knew that he wasn't for Yahuwah. He wasn't seeking him from the beginning.
Did that happen before Yishak, Isaac died? You recall? Did Esau sell his right?
No,
firstborn
that
right to his
was the
brother
first thing he did was sell it.
before the death of the father?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So then Isaac didn't know anything about that. So I don't think that Jacob could enforce that. I think Isaac would have punched him in the nose and said, I never said that, you're nuts. But the trickery came in through the mother, which was, I think, was the mother, Rachel? Was that Rachel, Isaac's wife?
Yeah, but she already knew that he was favored by Yahuwah.
Yeah, but she was in on the deceivement. They tricked Isaac. And they remember they put wool on Jacob because Esau was hairy, and she blessed, and they snuck in there. He thought it was Esau, and he even said, why? What happened to your voice or something like that, or whatever. And they were sneaking around, being deceiving, and so he ended up blessing Jacob instead of Esau. There's where the birthright was transferred, not because he sold it to him for soup. That wasn't going to amount to a hill of beans.
Yeah, he didn't care about his birthright.
Yeah, he didn't. And I think he did, but he didn't. And he just pretended like he was selling it to Jacob for soup, for that stew, because he wanted to eat. He was hungry, but he knew that wasn't going to stand. He could easily get out of it. Had you ever had some deal with your brother like that, and you were just tricking him because you wanted something, but it never had to do? There was no authority there. But when Isaac blessed Jacob, when they tricked him in that tent, because he was blind, mostly blind, and he thought that was Esau, that was deceivement, man. That was a violation. So, wow. Well, why did you allow that to flow through and go through Jacob? Because he knew that that's the way it had to be for some reason. But I think William maybe hit on it when he said that Yahuwah made the covenant with Yahuwah. And so all this stupidness of humans didn't mount to hell of beans to Yahuwah. He didn't, what they were doing, he was just shaking his head saying, "Boy, you guys are something else," but his plan came to fruition anyway. Maybe showing the weakness of men here, showing that the covenant's not through men who is obviously in error, don't know what they're doing. So it actually, we know that it had to come from Yahuwah to Yahuwah. The covenant, everlasting covenant, remains no matter what. Who knows? What do you think, Ted?
On that, I wasn't it Yishak's or what was her name? Rivka?
Rachel and something?
Rachel, his mother, right? Wasn't it her idea that he go and kill and get her the lamb and to put the skins on his hands and his neck? It was all her idea, and I believe she said, and I'll take responsibility for it. Yeah,
that's right. The curse be on her, or whatever, the sin be on her. That's true. And then she liked Jacob, was her favorite, but Isaac liked Esau because he was strong. He was a hunter and strong. He could fight and stuff. Yitzhak was kind of like a mommy's boy. Jacob was like a mommy's boy. So Rachel liked him. Go ahead, Ted.
I just wanted my original. I was going to say I found where you were telling everybody that Abraham and Sarah basically sinned because they ignored the word of Yahuwah. It's in Genesis 15. Yahuwah says, "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield. Your reward is exceedingly great." And Abram said, "Master Yahuwah, what would you give me, seeing I go childless? And the heir of my house is Eleazar of Damascus." And Abram said, "See, you have given me no seed, and see, one born in my house is my heir. And see, the word of Yahuwah came to him, saying, this one is not your heir, but he who comes from your own body is your heir."
Yeah, so I think that was somebody he liked a lot, was a servant or something, that he cared about a lot. Perhaps his right-hand man or something, let's just say. I don't know who he really was, but it doesn't sound like he was a relation. The guy that Abraham had in mind to leave everything to. But Abraham was thinking literally. He didn't understand that Yahuwah was talking about heir of the promise. Go ahead, Toria. The seed of Abraham, the promise. Is what Yahuwah was talking about. Not worldly goods. Go ahead, Toria. Can't hear you.
His mom had him put the skin on his hands so that his father would think it was the brother. So I was thinking the skins that were put upon him, the lamb, is that the covering representation of the covering that he received? Like as the Messiah?
It could be a spiritual secret type meaning to that, since the Messiah would actually come through Jacob.
I mean, because she sent him out to go gather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so their little devious plan here it was a must, because it actually led to the Messiah. It actually did end up producing the Messiah, man, coming through this lineage. And so it's, to me, what in the world, why is Yahuwah allowing this violation, obviously, or transgression to produce the Messiah? Did it have something to do because of he would remove the sins? The sins were becoming greater in order for the Messiah to be greater. I mean, I don't know, man. It just seems weird to me. There was some kind of deception there through that lineage, through the Yahuwah's plan. I mean, this was all planned out by Yahuwah, no doubt.
I mean, even when they went to go bury Jacob, didn't Esau stop them and try to not allow them to? I mean, he was definitely an evil person to bury him in the site.
Strangely, his descendants ended up being the enemies of Israel, the sons of Jacob. His sons became their enemies, their nemesis. That's kind of weird too, isn't it? And even Ishmael's children also became nemesis or an enemy of Jacob's children. So anything outside of Sarah and Abraham's seed seemed to be a problem. But then there's that division between Esau and Jacob that is through Sarah's line. It's kind of weird. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like you said, it's all Yahuwah's plan. And maybe the reason that he allowed the deception to go on is because all men are sinners. And he knows that. But yet it says that he will favor whomever he will favor. And so he just kind of winked at it, knowing that all men were sinners, and forgave them. That's just a thought.
So he's not going to break a covenant that he makes with himself. Man breaks the covenant that they made with him, and that there was separation there. His covenant is forever.
Excellent point, Brother William.
Then there has to be something about when they were born. Esau came out first, but Jacob came out holding his heel. He came out right after him. He had a hold of Esau's heel. That's kind of weird too, ain't it? That's some kind of thing here to do with it. Jacob was holding the heel of Esau when they came out together, basically. Go ahead, Toria.
Well, not only that, Hagar's son was firstborn to Abraham. Same thing with Rachel. The firstborn was Esau, but yet they became second.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely something about the true firstborn.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a weird doctrine out there. I mean, maybe part of the serpent seed doctrine. I'm not really sure, but it has something that they teach that all firstborn belong to Yahuwah. They're the only ones that can be saved. I think this right here debunks that doctrine because, theoretically, Yitzhak or Isaac was the secondborn of Abraham, but he became the firstborn, and Esau was the firstborn of Isaac, but Jacob became the firstborn, inherited the firstborn. So that's kind of blows their doctrine away. Go ahead, Tad.
What Sister Toria was saying also goes all the way down to Yusuf with Manasseh and Ephraim, whereas Ephraim became the firstborn, where he was, and Manasseh was second.
Yeah.
Also, the struggle in the womb. Did Esau push him out of the way
You could,
and took his birthright first?
Well, that's a good point. That could have happened too.
Because there's a reason why they said there was a struggle.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a possibility, man. Maybe Esau stole the position in the womb, and so Jacob took it back. So who knows? Maybe that's why it mentions he was holding his heel. Jacob had hold of his heel when he come out. Said, "Hey, you come back here. I'm supposed to be coming out first." Who knows, man? But that's a good point. But what Ted was saying there, even Jacob's to the 12 tribes, Reuben was the firstborn, I do believe, and he didn't inherit the lineage through Daud, to the throne of Daud, Jesse and Daud, the throne of Daud. That came through Yehuda. I'm pretty sure Reuben was the firstborn of the 12 tribes. I wonder why that took place. And so, yeah.
I think it's because he was punished for lying with his father's Asha.
Yeah. I think you're right. But yet he was still the firstborn. And I don't think Yehuda was the secondborn. I think he was perhaps the fourthborn. You got all these in their birth order, Lou, on the scale? From Reuben on down to Benjamin, there's at the birth order?
I believe that would be logical. I'd have to confirm that, but yeah, he was the fourthborn son. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. Go ahead, Marianne.
I want to know what happens to the lastborn, because I was the lastborn.
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Huh?
Yeah.
The last will be first, the first will be last.
Oh, what happens to the lastborn?
Or you get a new car.
He gets all the hand-me-downs. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just thinking possibly, and I don't know for sure the order of the sons, but weren't the second two in line, weren't they the ones that killed the one that defiled their sister?
Yeah, I can't remember who killed them.
If it was the second and third in line that that killed the guy that defiled their sister, then maybe that's why it fell to Yehuda.
Yeah, maybe so.
You know, a similar thing happened in Genesis 38. There was two sons in Tamar's womb, and I think Tamar had been raped. And wow, and there's this Israel went through a little bit of an earthquake because not the physical kind, but the fact that Pharez, and he was one son. I believe that's the line that it went to, and it became Israel, British Israel, and then the Scots. They claim they were the firstborn because the red cord that the midwife tied around the first one to breach the womb was Zerah, and that's not who was named firstborn. But I would think that it would be the one taking the first breath, maybe. But the Scottish people actually are descended from Zerah.
Monique brings up a valid point here, and Cain killed Abel. So the firstborn is a murderer. Interesting. Kind of going along the same lines as what you're saying there. Eliminated the second and third in line, Dad. Go ahead, Toria.
It also makes me think of Dawood's son who built the temple, Solomon, correct?
Right.
Okay, so he was cursed, and then the second son is the one that Sarah came from. He became corrupt, and there was another son, and that is the lineage that Sarah came out of that was not cursed, which is your Messiah's lineage. So again, two sons, one corrupt, one, and he was the younger.
Sarah came before that. I mean, Sarah was back with Abraham. You know what I'm saying? So
No, I know that, but I'm saying the two sons, the one was cursed and the one was not, and that is her lineage.
Oh, Solomon is her lineage.
No, Solomon was cursed for bringing in the temple prostitutes and defiling it. So he was cursed. It was his brother that the lineage she's from. So our Messiah received the kingship out of Dawood from Solomon, but he couldn't be. That's where the kingship was, but the actual lineage came from the second son.
Yeah, my mind's not thinking to figure that one out right now. Go ahead, Tad.
I just found in Genesis 49 where Jacob was actually blessing the 12, and Shimeon and Louis were the second and third in line. And he says, Shimeon and Louis are brothers. Their weapons are implements of violence. Let my being not enter their council. Let my esteem not be united to their assembly, because they slew a man in their displeasure.
Oh, okay. So
they were the second and third in line.
Yeah, how about Reuben then?
Well, Reuben was first, and he says
about him?
He says, you are my firstborn, my power, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of exaltation and the excellency of power. boiling like water, you do not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then you defiled it.
Oh, okay. So the firstborn, the secondborn, and the thirdborn was eliminated for sin. And then that brought in Yehuda in line for the inheritance of the promise. The promise would come through the line of Yehuda.
At least that's what it looks like.
That seems to be, don't it? That's an interesting thought. I mean, makes sense. Anybody else got any thoughts on this one? Interesting topic. Okay, let's go ahead and read about it now, Tad. Now we've talked about it quite a bit. Can you start there 22 for us?
Okay. For it has been written that Abraham had 2 sons, one by a female servant, the other by a free Asha. But he who was of the female servant was born according to the flesh, and he of the free Asha through promise. This is allegorical, for these are the 2 covenants. One indeed from Mount Sinai, which brings forth slavery, which is Hagar. For this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and corresponds to Jerusalem, which now is and is in slavery with her children. But the Jerusalem above is free, which is the mother of us all. For it has been written, rejoice, barren, you who do not bear. Break forth and shout, you who do not have birth pains. For the deserted one has many more children than she who has a husband. And we, brothers, as Yishak was, are children of promise. But as he who was born according to the flesh, then persecuted him born according to the Ruach, so also now. But what does the writing say? Cast out the female servant and her son, for the son of the female servant shall by no means be heir with the son of the free Asha. Therefore, brothers, we are not children of the female servant, but of the free Asha.
All right. Okay. So, wow. So this here then is fairly clear that the mother of us all is Sarah through those who are through the line of the promise. And so Sarah then would be the mother of the Hebrew, more of Yisrael. And it's extremely interesting here, really, if you think about it. And verse 23 is amazing. But he who was of the female servant was born according to the flesh, in the mind of the flesh, not spiritual, of the earth. And he of the free Asha through the promise, through the spiritual birth, born of the water and the Ruach, through the promise of the blood of Mashiach taken away, blotting out the sins and allowing for deliverance. And this stating that they're the 2 covenants. So there would be the old covenant and the renewed covenant, like we were saying. So we were spot on with that, which brings from forth Mount Sinai, which brings forth slavery, which is Hagar. For this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia. Interesting. It's saying that Mount Sinai is in Arabia, would be the Arabian Peninsula area, and corresponds to Jerusalem, which now is in slavery with her children. And so they're in the mind of the flesh. The Arabs are not part of the promise, but Jerusalem, or Sarah, the free woman above, is free, which is the mother of us all, Sarah, which is because the renewed covenant comes through that line. And the old, and so this is like what we were saying, but one thing that I want to point out here is the circus. The Christianity denominations love to go to this, and this proves to, and they use this as proof somehow that Mount Sinai representing the old covenant or the Torah proves that it's abolished. Does anyone see that? Where this proves that, as they say it does? Yeah, they go to this all the time. This is big for circus. Go ahead, William.
I think they misinterpret what the covenant promise was, which was the 10 Commandments, and the covenant at Mount Sinai, which was the book of the law that came out of that man would ultimately transgress, put everybody into slavery over. You know, when we're looking at the covenant that was made with Abraham, it wasn't made with him, it was given to him. It was made with Yahuwah himself as a protective clause. He was protecting it because if I gave it to man, they're going to waste it again. Okay. So then, like it says there, it says it corresponds to Jerusalem, which now is and is in slavery because of what happened at Mount Sinai. But Jerusalem above is free through that covenant that was made with Abraham by Yahuwah, promised to himself. If we look at Deuteronomy chapter 5, and Moshe called Yisrael and said to them, "Hear, O Yisrael, the laws and the directives which I speak in your hearing today, and you shall learn them and guard to do them. Yahuwah, our Elohim, made a covenant with us in Koreb. Yahuwah did not make this covenant with our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." That was another covenant. Okay. And he did not make this with our fathers, but with us, those who are here today, all of us who are alive. So he's speaking to those people who are alive at that particular point in time, who that covenant was actually given to. The Abrahamic covenant was given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and all their seeds to make them a great nation after all this other poopy stuff goes on through all eternity, and we get to the end of the road, and he restores the eternal covenant. That's what I'm seeing here. That's what I get out of this.
Anybody else? And so, like I say, the Christians say that Mount Sinai here represents the Torah of Moshe, and it proves that it's been eliminated through freedom, through the promise of belief. All you have to do is believe now. And Sarah represents that. So they're twisting this and spinning this in order to substantiate their doctrine. I don't really see in here, I don't see their connection myself, but if you talk to one that comes to this, they're pretty good at explaining why that is, if you ever heard of it. But it says, "Therefore, brothers, we are not children of the female servant, the slave woman, but of the free Asha." Which means this is where they say, "Well, see, this shows that you don't have to obey any laws. There's only because they were servants, they weren't free yet. The free woman represents Yahusha, and all we have to do is believe." This is how they present this in some fashion like that. So just beware of that. And to me, this is just speaking of the old covenant and the renewed covenant. Being a servant to sin and death, and the Torah couldn't deliver us. The old covenant, we couldn't be delivered through it. Nobody really was. As far as dead works, but through obedience, there was hope, and until the promise, and then Yahushua came and set things straight. He made a clear path for deliverance through his blood, okay, and so set us free. And so through the bloodline of the free woman, which was Sarah, which we just looked at, came down through all the way to out of the throne of Daud came Yahusha, which freed us from the penalty of sin, which is death, from the curse, from death. And this, I think this is what this is more speaking of more than anything else. Anybody else got any thoughts on it?
Cato mentions, I feel, however, Torah keeps you pure. It says right here, one indeed from Mount Sinai, which brings forth slavery. And what came out of Mount Sinai came the book of the law. The 10 Covenant already existed before they ever got to Mount Sinai. Mm-hmm. It wasn't written by the finger of Yahuwah until they got to Mount Sinai. Mm-hmm. But we can see that all through marriage, capital punishment, no false idols. So we know that the 10 Commandments existed before it was ever written at Mount Sinai, and then a witness was placed against them with the book of the law that locked them into slavery, enslavement. The covenant of the 10 Commandments, as Lou so graciously points out, is a covenant of love that gives us freedom. It's a covenant of freedom. Anybody else seeing that?
Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, verse 31. Therefore, brothers, we are not children of the female servant, but of the free Asha. Now, if you go back up to 22, but he who was of the female servant was born according to the flesh. So we know that the servant is speaking of being slaves to flesh or sin. So hence the promise couldn't come through something that was based on, sin and the flesh. We had to come from the free Asha. That's what I'm getting out of that. And because he's telling the Galatians here that basically that's what they're doing, is they're wanting to go back and serve the flesh, to do the things that, of the old covenant, wanting to do the Torah, what they call the Torah, which is, what we know that is the adult male circumcision and the animal sacrifices, things like that, and all their idols.
Yeah. And so it definitely is that the slave woman, the servant, is representing the mind of the flesh, whereas the free woman, Jerusalem, is representing the mind of the Ruach.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with getting rid of the Torah itself.
Yeah.
You say the Christians are saying.
Yeah. Has anybody else ever had a Christian give that testimony to them using this? I have. Nobody else? Baptists are real big into this. If you ever talk to a Baptist person. Anybody else got any thoughts on this? This is huge, man. Go ahead, Lou.
Oh, yeah, that's a real common excuse. I get it all the time from pastors who lock horns with my words when I'm trying to guide them into more truth. They won't budge out of that ditch that they fell into when they were blindfolded, and they're still blindfolded. And they go, "What ditch? I don't see any ditch," and they're wearing a blindfold. It's kind of sad, and you have to kind of back off and let them figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely under some weird influence when they take you to this Galatians. Y'all can see what's going on here, and what you're up against. Sunday, you talk to a Baptist, you'll see. Who you pointing at, Ted?
They're just looking at the finger.
Yeah. William, And everybody else, let's turn over to Hosea real fast. William's been pounding us with this where the 10 Debarim, when it existed, that it was already existed before it was written. And then, of course, everybody knows that I have the opinion that the Debarim is what divides the darkness from the light, and it's the word that we read about in John 1. And so let's get a look real quick. I shared this last evening, if you happen to be on the Natsarim live broadcast last night. Hosea 6:6. Go to Hosea 6:6, William. 6 and 7. So Hosea 6 and 7 says, "For I delight in kindness and not slaughtering, and in the knowledge of Elohim more than burnt offering." So he wants you to know him. "But like Adam, they transgressed the covenant. There they acted treacherously against me." So like Adam, they transgressed the covenant, which means the covenant had to be around when Adam transgressed it. So the word divides the darkness from the light. It always existed. Universal law.
Yeah, I was going to say that didn't the covenant exist even before the foundations of the world?
I would say so. Yeah, since Yahuwah's righteousness, I would say so. But the point here is that Adam and Kua had the 10 Debarim with them and violated it. They stepped over the line and from light into darkness. How? By committing idolatry. That's how. Okay, everybody on page with that one? That's pretty deep stuff.
I think there was some adultery going on there too in the garden.
In Yahuwah's mind, anytime that you worship anything other than him, you're committing adultery and idolatry. Okay, so yeah. If you serve another mighty one, and we all know that being an idol or idolatry, to Yahuwah, you're committing adultery. That's why he told, who was it, Hosea, to go marry a prostitute? So the people of Israel would know what it feels like, how he feels, when you go after other mighty ones, how it makes him feel. Yeah.
In today's words, how it feels to be cheated on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very powerful stuff, man. So, anybody else got any thoughts on this one? This Mount Sinai in Jerusalem representing the servant woman and the free woman and the lineage that came down through Abraham and Sarah. We were looking at earlier through Isaac and Jacob, Yehuda, Jesse, Daud, and Jerusalem, Yahusha, the promise. He fulfilled the promise, right? Yahusha fulfilled the promise. Became the seed of Abraham. And when he indwells us, that makes all of us the seed of Abraham. Not the seeds, but the seed. We become the body of Yahusha. All right. Anybody got any thoughts on that? Comments, questions, anything at all? See now, 11, 12, 1, 2. I'm going to open up. We're going to stop. We ain't got time to go into 5. Hopefully next week we'll finish up with 5 and 6. We'll finish Galatians. We'll try to get Galatians completed next week. And if we can achieve that, we'll go into Ephesians, which is really mind-blowing. All right, so I'm going to open it up, turn it over to y'all for conversation, comments, corrections, questions, anything at all.
Toria, are you in a new house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Very cool. Looks beautiful.
And you see behind me, I hung up my first thing on the wall.
Right.
I can't. Okay, there you go. My menorah flag.
Right.
That's the very first thing I have hung at all.
I was thinking about something that you mentioned earlier when you mentioned adrenochrome. For a lot of us that may not know what adrenochrome is, it's a chemical that's released in a child when they're being tortured, and then they bleed out the child and then they drink it. I was doing a little research back, I think in the second year that Trump was the commander in chief. And I looked up on the NASDAQ, I looked up adrenochrome, and there was somebody that actually held a patent for adrenochrome that was issued in 1960. And I went to the Department of Defense and I was looking through there, and the patent for adrenochrome had expired in, I think it was 2018 or 19. And the Department of, not Defense, the Department of Justice had put a block on it so that the patent could not be renewed. And the funny other things that were associated with that is the one that held that patent from 1960 was Armstrong Linoleum Corporation. And the lab where it was produced was in Wuhan, China. No coincidence there.
No.
Creepy.
Wow. And we all know if you got a patent, that means it was created.
Well, yeah, and it's marketed, and I'm sure since Creepy Joe's in office right now, that patent's probably been renewed. Haven't looked it up, but I bet if we did, it would probably say it's back in action. Back to your movie.
It's the same thing with the snake bite. You know, I don't know if a lot of people know, I'm sure most of you guys do, that there was a patent, and it actually went into patent the day before it was announced for the so-called pandemic.
I like what Cato says there. It's the fountain of youth, not living water at all. Exactly. Spot on, brother.
I don't know if anybody saw, like with, what is her name, Celine Dion. They're saying now she's sick. And there was an interesting study on that, saying that she's actually in withdrawals from the adrenochrome. I mean, I'm sure you've seen her her commercial with the black and the white symbolism and the transgender agenda with the babies. It's interesting. It's with the babies again.
Yeah, it's usually after I had a high level guy that since converted himself, not to Natsarim, not to, to the J-man, but evidently he told me he got 7 years if you don't produce in 7 years, then the reaper comes calling, at least from Hashatan's point of view. So if you start to waver on your mission, then you pay. So, and, I just watched a thing with Bill Gates and Fauci, and they were roommates in college and formed all this Moderna with, George Soros. So it's just a huge web of deceit and foolishness and lies, and all built on Hashatan's kingdom, with he's the ultimate liar and half truths and everything else. So, and it's just no wonder Yahuwah in one sense sits up there and chuckles, because these clowns have no foundation to stand upon. It's always shifting, and this being will turn on them in a second if they falter. So it makes you think that the Rolling Stones and some of these long-lasting bands must be really doing his bidding, because they've lasted so long. So
I don't know if you all notice. I don't watch TV, but I get the news report on my phone that pops up. So I usually read it. I'm just, got to keep up with the enemy, and how many people are just falling out, dying everywhere, and these actors, obviously they live their name actor. They're all fake, and how they're just dying like crazy every day. I think there's like 10 a day at least.
The problem is, how about the ones that we don't hear about? Because we're only hearing about athletes and actors and fame and people that are not, that people know about. How many are dying that we do not know about?
yeah, definitely super fit martial artists, everything just dropping dead, all from cardiac arrest. My friend who took the, whatever you want to call it, because he wanted to travel, the other day had a huge blood pressure spike up to 200 range. They took him to the peanut gallery, got it back down, but he doesn't know what he's going to do. And he's got to know. I warned him beforehand, and it's a personal choice. I'm not judging anyone. You do what you want to do, but you got to be smart in this world. You got to be wise to the deeds of the serpent. And nevertheless, and then another friend who did it too, he had a similar blood pressure spike. So I've obviously prayed for them, prayed this thing away, but they're not listening. They're not listening to the testimony of Yahuwah's name, Yahuwah's sacrifice. So I don't know. They may be pushed to the brink of, death before they will maybe come around, but who knows?
Hey, Mark, you want to get a tangent going?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Flip that board over that's behind you there. Everybody get your boxing gloves on. Okay, that's the one. That's 1948 and 80, correct? That's where this comes from, right? You're muted. You're muted, Mark.
Yeah, the parable of the fig tree.
Right.
Israel coming back on the map in 1948 is one of them. It's not the only one, but it's one.
No. Yeah, there's a lot.
Is another.
Yeah.
There's quite a few
lot of stuff out there about that. I know when I first read that scripture where it said that, when Israel becomes a nation, this nation will not pass away until they say all these things, and Israel becomes a nation again. So I got to thinking about my mom and dad and looking when they were born back in the 30s and started doing math and stuff like that. And I was deep down that rabbit hole. And then I got to thinking about it. When does Israel become a nation again? When do they become a spiritual nation again? I believe 1948, and knowing what I know about it through the Balfour Agreement and corrupt politics of the Rothschild banking family and the world, that that generation that sees the second coming sees Jerusalem become a nation then, not in 1948. That was a state of Israel. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't think it becomes a nation again until Yahuwah comes and it's pulled back to him, and it's the spiritual nation of Yisrael in Jerusalem that is finally put back together. What do you?
If they're called Jews, they're of the fake lineage because there was no J in Hebrew. I think that's the linchpin. I think anything with the J is going to throw everybody off, and they're all Zionists, and they all don't believe that he came back, and that's why they're going to start that the animal sacrifice back up, and basically give him the bird. Sorry to use that reference, and it's going to tick him off. Like nobody's business. They will not, they're not listening. They're stiff-necked, and they will not. They're occupying the Temple Mount. It's an imposter. They're imposters.
Exactly. Ashkenazi, Bolshevik, atheist.
Yep.
Jews who call themselves Jews.
And they hate our guts.
Yep.
I'm quite blunt about it. They hate us with a passion. They can't touch us, though, with his name, and that's what frustrates the daylights out of them. They have no power. I've had talked to, and they have no power. None of them. They don't say anything when you use his name. They just don't know what to do. They panic. So it's really interesting how his name shuts them up really quick, because they know we know, and if we know his name and we can use his name on a regular basis, they have no power, none. So, you do it out of love, but you're bold. He told me to be bold, with kindness, but I walk before you. Do not fear any of these people. None of them. They can't touch you unless I allow it. So, be bold, witness with kindness and love. As long as we're in love and we pray for their, redemption, they can't do anything to us. So I don't know where the scripture is, where 10,000 fall at thy left and 1,000 at thy right. It may be flipped around. I need to get better at that myself. But nevertheless, they don't know what to say. They just look at you. They don't want you around for sure.
It's Psalms 91.
Mark,
Yeah.
you were a master of that. Thank you.
Psalms 91, brother. Lou White has this what I told you, that Christianity likes to talk about Mount Sinai and abolishing the Torah and all that in Galatians we just read in 4. Has a little bit of a write-up in Fossilized Customs, if y'all have it. Fossilized Customs, page 143 toward the bottom, and then over into the top of page 144. And so if you want to, somebody wants to read that, you can for us to clarify. I just kind of feel like we rushed through that, and I'm seeing blank faces as we were talking about it. I just want to make sure everybody understands that in Galatians 4, because it's an extremely important subject. Anybody want to read that for us? Or I can, whatever.
What was it again?
Fossilized Customs, page 143 and 144. Toward the bottom of 143. It says,
The covenant is?
Yeah, right there. And then read over there 144 until you come to how do Gentiles begin and stop there. It says just a short read up.
How did Gentiles begin?
Yeah, stop before you get to that. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
I see it. Okay. I'll read it for y'all.
Okay.
The covenant is the 10 commandments. Deuteronomy 4:13. If you read Galatians chapter 4 and 5, you will see that Sinai represents the slave woman. The slave woman is fleshly, carnal, and non-spiritual, but the free, spiritual woman represents those born of the Ruach, having the covenant written. Sorry. I don't want to turn now. on their hearts, not stone. The law that could not justify us was the ceremonial law of animal sacrifices. That's Hebrews 10, 1-4. But the renewed covenant is able to justify us, being in the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah, one sacrifice for sins. Hebrews 10 and 12. The 10 commandments are called the covenant of love. 1 Kings 8:23, 2 Corinthians 6:14. And okay, so look over the list of them at the left. Is there one that is not good? If your inner being agrees with them, then you are being called. When you can say, I love these teachings, you have crossed over into a spirit-led realm, controlled by the spirit of Yahusha, and you will not transgress against them because they are now your personality as they are his. If we deliberately keep on transgressing after we have received the knowledge of the truth, no sacrifice for transgressions is left, but only a fearful expectation of judgment and of raging fire that will consume the enemies of Elohim. These commandments are your marriage vows. You change, they don't.
Okay. So that's what that's all about. It's not about proving that the 10 Debarim have been abolished. Okay. I just want to make sure everybody gets that because it's just a huge point. And like I said, I know Louis' experience. I've experienced it many times, especially speaking to Baptists. That they're going to tell you that proves that's Mount Sinai. See, it's been abolished. Mount Sinai, everybody knows, represents the 10 Commandments, and so it proved that it's abolished. We don't have to obey those 10 Commandments anymore. That's what they're going to do, and this is where they're going to take you to prove that. So it becomes vital to understand.
Yeah, throw Deuteronomy 5 at him and see what they think about it then when he says that he was speaking to Israel, those who were there at that time. Get a freaking clue.
Oh, all righty. Let's do the tangent. The fall. These are the millenniums. Man is given 6 millenniums. Okay, to rule over himself. There, through the secret prophecies of Yahuwah, there was a special event that happens in every single millennium, which clues us in on where we're at on Yahuwah's timeline. In the first millennium, or the first day, if you will, the fall of Adam and Kua happened. That was the big event for that millennium. That started us off. It actually happened in the year minus 3972. Tradition says, or Christianity teaches, it was ground zero. Okay? And the second millennium came. The first Adam died at 930. He lived 930 years, so he died at 930 before the first day was over, fulfilling prophecy. Second millennium, the flood happened. That was the big event of the second millennium. So we know the second millennium happened because of the flood. This is all secret prophecy that happened on day 2 on Yahuwah's timeline. This is putting us around minus 2972. The third day came, the third millennium. Third day, if you will. 1 day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is 1 day to Yahuwah. The Red Sea. The children of Israel came out of Egypt. The Red Sea parted and immersed his people as they went through the water. Happened in day 3, around minus 1972. The greater and the lesser light came on the fourth day, or the fourth millennium. Year 4000, Yahusha died and was resurrected and ascended on the year 4000, ending the fourth millennium. The greater light being Yahusha, the lesser light being Yehukanan the Immerser. They both came on the fourth day, and they both died on the fourth day before the fifth day began. Otherwise, scripture wouldn't be fulfilled. Okay, so here we have the fifth day, pouring out of the Ruach HaKodesh on his sons and his daughters, on all flesh. Okay, now, this actually happened on the end of the fourth day during Pentecost, okay, initially, but often to the fifth day is when it really amplified, it magnified, okay, and then sons and daughters prophesied. In other words, it began the end times, the final 2 days of creation, the final 2,000 years before the return of the King, his second coming, and the fifth day. So that put us right up into the end times, the fifth and the sixth day, or the last two millenniums. Year 1028, okay, and then pouring out of the Ruach happens to the last 2 days. Then it brings us into the sixth day. This is the big event for the fifth day. And the sixth day's big event hasn't come yet. It's going to be the wrath of Hashatan, the appearing of the anti-Mashiach, the false prophet, the tribulation years, if you will. On the end of this sixth day, at the very end of this 1,000-year millennium, the final 3.5 years of this final millennium here, okay, it's going to be the tribulation years. So after the death and resurrection and the ascension of Yahusha in the 4,000th year, we only have 2 days remaining. And so though we know for a fact when Yahusha walked the earth, it's documented in our history books. We all know. And so from that point, all we have to do is add 2,000 years or 2 days, and that's telling us when his second coming is. It happens right after the tribulation years, the final 3.5 years of the sixth day. So that's the big event that's coming on the sixth millennium, or the 6,000th year, or the sixth day. Okay, so what does this calculate? 2028 mathematically. So the second Adam died in 28 AD. Some say 30 AD. So if you add that to these final 2,000 years or 2 days, you come up with 2028. After that, we go into the seventh millennium, which is the millennium rest. This happens, the day of Yahuwah happens immediately after the tribulation years end. And it's a 1-day event, the day of Yahuwah. Then comes the millennium reign, the 7,000th year, 1,000 years of peace. It'll take you to 3028. Then the white throne judgment, we go into eternal life. Okay, so how did we get creation day was minus 3,172 by taking 2028, which obviously is the last day of the sixth day. Okay, it's the 6,000th year, in other words. And you 2028, you subtract it from 6,000 because that's all he's given us is 6,000 years. And it gives you minus 3,972 being the creation year right here. And then to check our math, you take minus 3,972, which is creation year, add the 28 years when the second Adam died, equals 4,000th year. He died on that 4,000th year, or the fourth day. Add 2,000 years is all we have left, and it gives you 6,000 years. So our math is correct. All right. So getting back to what William was saying there, if we take and look at Hosea 6. Everybody want to go to that? Go to Hosea 6 again. Anybody there on Hosea 6? Okay, read it. Somebody.
Hosea 6.
Chapter? Oh, go ahead, William.
No, go ahead, Ted.
Okay. Start at 1.
Starting at verse 1. Come and let us turn back to Yahuwah.
Repent.
Repent. For he has torn, but he does not heal us. He has stricken, but he binds us up. After 2 yom, he shall revive us, and on the 3rd yom, he shall raise us up so that we live before him.
Okay, stop. All right, so 2 days, 2,000 years, okay, after his death, resurrection, and ascension, he shall revive us. There's your second resurrection. And on the 3rd yom, which is the millennium reign, okay, so the 2nd day ends, the 3rd day begins, he shall raise us up so that we live before him. This is the resurrection during the millennium reign. So what's this telling us? After his death and resurrection and ascension, we only have 2 days left, or 2,000 years, because Yahusha died on the 4th day, on the 4,000th year. So we add 2 days, that's 6,000 years. At the end of that 6,000 years, and just before the 7,000th year begins, he shall raise us up. That's the second resurrection, so that we live before him during the millennium reign as kings and priests. This is confirmation. We only have 2 days left. And it also tells us there's going to be 1,000 years bonus round of a millennium rest. It was called the reign of Yahusha. You see it? So there it is. And so the math adds up. I mean, we can't hide from the math. If Yahuwah gave a secret prophecy and told us that the greater light and the lesser light would come on the day 4, and we know that he died on the 4,000th year and resurrected and ascended, then obviously there's only 2 days to go, and then we're going to be revived. And the 3rd day begins, we're going to be resurrected, and we're going to live before him for 1,000 years. This is what it's telling us. We have 6,000 years plus 1,000 year bonus round, or 6 days and 7 days.
Do you have that on your computer that you could email me a copy of your board back there?
I do not. I'm sorry. That's why it's still on that board. If I did, it wouldn't be on the board.
Because I'd love to have a copy of that so I could look at it a little closer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I could probably take you a still shot and email it to you.
Okay, that'd be cool. I'd take that.
I'd like that too. That'd be awesome. All that hard work you did.
Yeah, these are the main events of the creation week. This is secret prophecy of Yahuwah built into his 7 days of creation. Have you ever stopped and wondered, why did Yahuwah create in 6 days and rest on the 7th? He didn't have to. He could have created everything in 1 second flat. You know, he could have took 7 years to do it. He could have took 7,000 years to do it, but he chose to take 6 days. Why? Because he was giving us secret prophecy in what his timeline was. That's why he did it in 6 days. It all jives with the rest of the scriptures. He was prophesying to us. That's why he created in 6 days.
A foreshadowing.
Yeah. He wanted us to know when he would die and when he would come, when the promise would come, and when he would return in his second coming. He wanted us to know. That's why he built it into his creation week. These are all the main events of his creation week.
Yeah, you're
Elder
gonna have
Mark.
you're gonna have to write that out now and put it on a card. Everybody in the chat wants one too.
Okay, so
He can take a picture of it and then forward it to you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like one as well, Elder Mark. Please.
Mhm.
Pretty please.
With whatever it takes, sugar, cherries.
No.
you all turn to Matthew 24. All esteem to you. Matthew 24. Since we're on this tangent, William started it. Remember that. Okay, Matthew 24. Look down here at verse 32. Matthew 24, verse 32. Now you can also find this in Mark 13 and Luke 21 as well. Okay. All right, look. This is Yahusha talking about the days, the distress, the tribulation years in this chapter. He also goes into the day of Yahuwah. He goes into his return. And here his return is represented by a parable. Okay. And so starting here in 32, he gives us a command. Yahusha commands us to know when he's coming back. He says, and learn the parable from the fig tree. He's commanding us to learn this parable. When its branches the fig tree is Yisrael. Okay. Everybody should know that. If not, there's references we can look at, but everybody should agree that the fig tree represents Israel. Everybody should know that by now. When its branches has already become tender and puts forth leaves, you know that the summer is near. See also, when you see all these, know that he is near at the door. Speaking of Yahusha. Truly I say to you, this generation shall by no means pass away until all this takes place. The heaven and the earth shall pass away, but my word shall by no means pass away. And so, interesting that he says that the heaven and the earth shall pass away. So he'll have to redo that, remake it, right? Give us a place to live. He will restore the earth during the millennium reign, and then he will destroy his entire creation at the end of it, and he will give us a new earth and a new heaven as we go into eternity. All right. But what we need to see here is this. This generation will by no means pass away until all takes place. What generation? So it's the last generation. It can't be the first or any generation in the middle. He can only be speaking about the last generation here. That's common sense. So now we have to figure out who's the last generation. The clue is the fig tree. Israel was off the map for 2 millenniums and all of a sudden appeared back on the map in 1948. So the people who were born at the same time Israel was reborn in 1948 begins the last generation that will be on this earth during man's reign. This generation will see the tribulation years, the day of Yahuwah, the return of the king, and hopefully some of them will be in the millennium reign with immortal bodies. They will see the first resurrection as well. Okay, so this generation is going to experience a lot. And by this generation will by no means pass away until all this takes place. So somebody At least one person born in 1948 will see all these events. This is what Yahushua's saying. Well, there's going to be a lot more. So then we have to say, well, okay, so if this is true, then what's a generation? Well, some say, well, it's 30 years. Some say, oh, it's 40. Some say, oh, it's 50. Okay. But Psalms 90:10, if we go there, will give us a hint what a generation is as far as Yahuwah is concerned. So go to Psalms 90:10. Psalms 90:10 says, the yamam of our lives are 70 years, or if due to strength, 80 years. Yet the best of them is but toil and exertion, for it is soon cut off and we fly away. Okay, so what's this telling us? It's telling us what Yahuwah considers a generation to be and how long they should live. And so we can't use 70 because he's given us an 80 due to strength. So and when you do mathematics, you always have to take the outside number that's pertaining to the same equation. So we have to use 80. So we take 80 as the generation. So Israel was born in 1948, and the last generation was also born in 1948. So we add 80 to that. And what do we get? 2028. Go to Hosea 9, verse 10. Hosea 9, verse 10. I found Israel like grapes in the wilderness. I saw your fathers as first fruits on the fig tree in its beginning. So fruit of the vines, fig tree is Israel. He saw your fathers as a fig tree in its beginning, blossoming. So this is indication that fig tree in the scriptures is symbolizing Yisrael. Okay, so our first fruits. So back over here again to Matthew 24:32 and learn the parable from the fig tree. Yisrael. When its branch has already become tender and puts forth fruit, you know that summer is near. So when it blossoms and has been reborn and shows back up on your map, you should know that the return of the king is near. He wants you to know that. Like I say, you can see this in Mark 13 and Luke 21 as well. Okay, so there you go. There's a lot more here to it, but all tangents must come to an end. But as you can see, we're getting close. Mathematically, you can't come up with nothing else. How can you? When we know that Yahusha came down here, was born, he lived, and he died, and he was resurrected, and he ascended on year 4000. Okay. Christianity says that he was born on the year 4000 and lived 30 years, which puts him 4030, right? Well, that can't be. The math doesn't add up. Why? Because Yahuwah's secret prophecy states that the greater light came on the fourth day, the greater and the lesser light, which is Yahusha and Yahuchanan the Immerser. So he couldn't go to fourth beyond into the fifth day. So if it was, he was born on 4000 and it was died and resurrected and ascended on 4030, that took him into the fifth day, which would mean Yahusha's prophecy was not true. So that can't be. Their math is wrong. That's why creation doesn't start at 0. It starts at minus 3,972. Because he did not live into the 5th day. He died on year 4,000. When did he die? In the year 4,000. Somebody's mic's on. I don't know, William, that might be you. Okay, so he died the year 4,000 before the 5th day during Passover, during Passat, right? So then came first fruits, his resurrection, and then on into Pentecost with the outpouring of the Ruach. Well, it was still the year 4,000. The 5th day still had not come yet. Was Yehuchanan, was he still alive? No. He was beheaded before Yahusha even died on the 4,000th year. So the fulfilled prophecy, the greater light and the lesser light came and went before the 5th day. And it went beyond Pentecost, even to the fall festivals, and then on to the end of the year, coming to the next spring, when the year ended and the new year began. And then that was day 5. And the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh is the main event of the 5th millennium. The tribulation years, the anti-Mashiach false prophet, will be the main event of the 6th millennium, happening at the end of that millennium and wrapping up the 6,000 years allocated to mankind. So that's why I say I think we're in the 2nd year of the birth pains. You can't come up with any other math. There's no math, no more math for us to work with. This was the math given to us by the scriptures of truth and by Yahuwah's secret prophecies. Powerful stuff, man. And William started it all. All right. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just wondering where in what book in the scripture does it say that he died on the 4th day?
We know that, well, I'm not real, I can't, it's slipping my mind here. I don't want to dig through my notes, but it's been a while since I've talked about this. But we know that Peter proclaimed the end times. Look at Acts 2, beginning of the end times. History tells, we know by Roman records when Yahusha was on the earth. You see, this is why they say AD and BC. They know. We have recordings of when Yahusha walked this earth. We're not ignorant of that. And so it was right at the turn of the beginning of the 1st century. And all the BC was over with. They began a new count after the death of Mashiach. Not before Mashiach, but AD, after the death. Which means they know when he walked the earth. And we all know that was at the beginning of the 1st century. Okay? All right. So that is the 4th millennium. All right. There's only 2 left. We just saw it in Hosea. There's only 2 days left. The 3rd day after his death is going to be the millennium reign. See what I'm saying? So that helps understand that. But go to Acts 2. Peter proclaims that what was spoken by the prophet Joel or Yul, after he received the Ruach HaKodesh, he was filled with the outpouring of the Ruach. This is at Pentecost on the 4,000th year. Peter stands up and proclaims it. And it shall be in the last days, says Elohim, that I shall pour out my ruach on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. And also on my male servants and on my female servants I shall pour out my ruach in those days, and they shall prophesy. And then he goes in and talks about the day of Yahuwah. And I shall show wonders in the heaven above and signs in the arets beneath, blood and fire and vapor of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the coming of the great and splendid Yom of Yahuwah. And it shall be that everyone who calls on the name of Yahuwah shall be delivered during the day of Yahuwah. So what's Peter saying? He's saying, hey, Mashiach has come. He has died. He was resurrected. He's ascended. This is the beginning of the last days, the end times, which Hosea 6 just told us is only 2 days. It wraps up the 6,000 years allotted to mankind. Everybody saying that? So we've been in the end times since the 5th day started. And Peter has proclaimed this on Pentecost on the 4,000th year. That 4,000th year, that 4th millennium ended in the springtime when the 5th began. That was the beginning of the 2,000 years that we have to go after the outpouring of the Ruach in the 4th day. See that? So, although we've been in the end times now for nearly 2,000 years, because we all know it's recorded history, documented that Yahusha died nearly 2,000 years ago, that we're getting really close to the end of those end time millenniums, the last two that Yahuwah is all excited about, because he knows he gets to redeem his people at the end of them and destroy all evil and sin. So yeah, Yahuwah is excited about these end times. So although we've been in the end times for nearly 2,000 years now, we have not entered into the tribulation years. The tribulation years is separate from the end times. It's the wrath of Hashatan. It only lasts 3.5 years. It happens at the very end of the 5th day. Only 3.5 years. And after those 3.5 years are gone, bam, that's the end of the 6,000 years. It begins the new millennium, the 7th millennium, which is the millennium rest. So we're getting extremely close. No matter how you slice the pie, you can't add days and take away days or years from it. We have to go with the math given to us from Scripture. We're not allowed to add stuff, pull figures out of the sky and add to this equation. So it tells us, we're close. We have to be very close. We only get 6,000 years. We don't get any more. Only 6,000. That's what we got to work with. So now you tell me, do we get 6,050 years? Do we get 6,001 years? Do we get 6,532 to work with? That's not what Scripture says. We get 6,000. So according to the mathematics in Scripture given to us, at the end of the 6,000th year, the final 3.5 years that finalizes that 6,000 years is the tribulation years, and game over. Game over. Then we go into 1,000 years of millennium reign of Yahushua HaMashiach. Time's up at the end of the 6,000. That's why Hashatan goes nuts for 3.5 years, man. He knows it's time's up. He only has 3.5 years to go crazy and try to destroy Yahuwah and his creation once and for all. But we all know the outcome. He doesn't succeed. He just gets to go nuts because Yahuwah unleashes the dog, man. He lets him loose. He's restrained now. Yahuwah's restraining him right now. He has to go to Yahuwah and ask what he can do. If he wants to do something, Yahuwah say yeah or no. All right. But when he's unleashed and he lets the wild dragon loose, he's going to go crazy. He's going to do whatever he wants to do to man and Yahuwah's creation. He gets unleashed. Matter of fact, Yahusha has to cut the day short. If he doesn't cut the day short, the dragon, nobody will be delivered. The dragon will destroy all. That's how crazy he's going to be. So when it's scripture told us there in Psalms 90:10 that it's cut off, that's when Yahusha's cutting the day short, and then we fly away. That's our resurrection. That's the first resurrection. We're all the dead rise in Mashiach, put on immortality. The ones that remain alive at his second coming is changed from flesh to immortality in the wink of an eye, and we fly together with the first resurrection. We fly up and meet Yahusha in the clouds as he's descending upon the Mount of Olives. Anybody got any questions or comments or thoughts? Okay, then I'll return it back over to you all.
Thanks for tearing that up, Mark. I know you flipped that board a couple of weeks ago, and I was kind of wondering what was on it, what it looked like. Shelley and some other folks made the comment too that we would like to have seen a little bit more detailed information there. And I think that correlates with what Lou has put in so many different books about the shofar on the first day of the 7th month, and then the reapers on the 10th day in the 7th month. You know, he gave us clues, and it's only for those who, you know, he wants to reveal the truth to. You know, that's why what it says, you know, when he's speaking in parables to them, because it's not been given to them. So thanks for doing that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and that's a really good chance that, matter of fact, I'd say it's probably is what's going to happen, but it's a very high probability, let's put it that way, that he is going to return during the fall festivals some year. And according to the math, you know, that year's going to be 2028. Now, can it be 2026 or 2030 or 2032? Yeah. I mean, we could be off a few years, but we can't be off 50 years or 100 years. There's just no way, man. Because we know when Yahusha died. It's recorded. And it's nearly been 2,000 years since the death and resurrection ascension of Yahusha. That's our main thing. That's your main point right there.
Cato's looking for a job. You said he can make it look nice if you want, Mark.
Okay. Yeah, all right. We'll get together on it.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll get something out there for y'all to study that with, and don't believe it because I'm saying it. You know, do your own research. Search it out, man. See what you come up with. But I can almost promise you ain't going to have any more math to work with than I do, because that's what we're given. We didn't make any exceptions for you. He's giving you the same math to work with as he did me. 6,000 years, man, he's coming back. Hosea 6, prophecy, nails it. It's plain. 2,000 years after he left, he'll be back. Even if you don't believe any of the other stuff, even if you don't believe that Yahuwah gave a secret prophecy in his creation week, you can't get away from Hosea 6, where he says in 2 days, I'll be back. That's 2,000 years. Christianity's wrong. Don't use their figures, because there ain't no way that he went into the 5th day. He's prophesied to come on the 4th day. That's it. He's got to come, live, die, resurrect, and ascend all on the 4th day. That's what he's prophesied to do. So we have to go by that.
Mom and I are going to say goodbye to everybody, and y'all have a blessed rest of your Shabbat, and we'll see you the next time.
See you next week, Dad.
Yeah.
All righty. Anybody else got anything to share with us, or comments, questions, anything?
I know when I'm looking at scripture, maybe somebody, some of you all kind of wondered sometimes, when we're reading this stuff, what it actually looks like on paper, what was going on and where it was going on at. There's a book that I picked up. It's called the Satellite Bible Atlas, which is an extremely neat book to have, because it shows all of the journeys, the walk that Yahusha took, the walk that the apostles took, what it looked like then, what it looks like now, from more modern pictures from Google Earth and some other avenues that he used to put this book together. But it's extremely interesting when you can look at that and see where the balls of Bashan were, wonder why what goes on in the world over in Israel, and why there's so much evil in places like, excuse me, the Golan Heights and other places like that, because that was spook central in scripture, and being able to look at it just kind of gives you a little more sense of direction and understanding, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. It goes through Asia Minor, all into Greece and Italy and everything like that, where the journeys all went with the apostles. Really good book to have, informative, just something to look at, put you into place.
Cato says 144,000 guard the name, the commandments, and the testimony undefiled and surviving. So I think here he's referencing that the 144,000 is the bride, the chosen, the election, Yisrael, who will be part of the first resurrection group. I also believe that the 144,000 is the remnant or the bride. Although there'll be nations in eternity, be a lot more than just 144,000. There's just to be nations, and sovereigns of each nation, will come to the new city, which has to be speaking of eternity when it speaks like that, because there'll be no death, no sorrow, no sin, so this has to be eternity. And so I think here Cato is probably speaking to me of the bride. Anybody got any thoughts on that? The 144,000 remnant? And what Cato's saying here?
When Herod put out the decree to murder all the children from newborn to 2 years of age, those were all males. Was it 144,000 Hebrew Israelite males that were murdered to become the 144,000 that were not defiled with women? Just a thought.
I can't access any type of reference that says that. I mean, I don't know where that's. I've never seen that written. What do you say, Lou? Have you ever heard that before?
Well, let's see. Just logic would tell you that there wouldn't have been that many newborn children in any city on earth. 144,000 under 2 years of age. I don't think there's that many here in this 1 million person city here, but there might be close to it, but the fertility rate would have to be off the charts, for 144,000 people. But it is really interesting, though, that was prophesied that was going to happen, that there would be people slaughtered on that level, as many as there were. I don't know how many. He didn't really write down how many people or how many children were slaughtered, but there was a bunch. And I can't imagine that, though. It's horrifying, and that was the day after the Magi left, apparently, and Miriam and Yusuf and Yehusha had already gone traveling away to go to Egypt to be safe, and the Magi had scurried some other route to get out of the area, but it's just horrific that these 2-year-old and under, brand new babies would just die. They were all males, though, and that's something that a lot of people don't think about.
Yeah, and it said that no guile was found in their mouth, and they had not been defiled by women. I heard somebody mention something about that one day. That may actually be the 144,000 because they did not know women, they had no guile in their mouth, and they were murdered as Hebrew babies by King Herod which was partially to remove the bloodline or to stop the bloodline of the Messiah too. It was just a curious thought.
Yeah, I studied that pretty in depth a few years back there, William, and I came to the conclusion that the 144,000 were just not men. I think there's women involved in it because in the reign of Yahuwah, there will be no male and female. So this has to be figurative speaking, as in the eternity is already here. So Yahuwah always speaks as it's already happened, and he's the only one that can do that. And so since we see that, we can understand that, then we should be able to understand that the virgins, that they didn't know any women, is implying the rebirth, the virgin rebirth, born of spirit and ruach. And then so he's made us clean. We have no blemish, no spots, no wrinkles. And so we have been given back our virgin status through the blood of the Lamb. He's returned us to virgin status. He remembers our sins no more. So we're clean for him. See what I'm saying? So I think that's what that's implying. I don't think it's a literal meaning behind that, William, is what I came up with. Yeah, go ahead, man. Cato, how you been, brother?
I've been well. Just working out my salvation. Could it be that the 144,000 undefiled would be people who have immersed and have gotten to that point? So it's not just men. When men's a gradual or a general term for men and women. So cleansing.
Matthew 2:16 through 18, in which Herod the Great of Judea orders the execution of all male children.
It might happen again. Nothing new under the sun. And Scripture is cyclical and keeps showing up that way. So there might be a second Herod. Who knows?
Yeah, and that could also be some kind of a spiritual shadow or something relating to the 144 too, although we're not given a figure, but the male thing surely matches. It could be some kind of spiritual significance there, William. Obviously there's correlation, but I'm like with Cato. I think it's speaking of the bride. Okay. And the bride is a higher calling. It takes more effort. It has to go beyond the common person that's seeking salvation or deliverance to know Yahuwah. It goes well beyond that. So we're obedient, we're clean, we serve him and no one else. There's a lot of things that we've been immersed. We've entered into the everlasting covenant. We understand, we have the knowledge of Yahuwah. We're pursuing the knowledge of Yahuwah. I think there's a lot that comes into that. Especially, you have to enter into the everlasting covenant. You have to understand what's going on with that through your immersions, and the other thing I think that's extremely vital in being one of the 144,000 is you have to have the Ruach HaKodesh in you, living, indwelling you. And he's teaching others from you. He's looking for his lambs, his lost sheep through you. He's functioning through you. He's using your eyes, your mouth, your ears in order to reach out to others and find his lost sheep. So that becomes a vital part of being the bride too. So we look at that and we say, well, that's just a small amount of people. Well, that's how many living stones makes up his temple, I think. And he's looking at them. He's finding where he wants to fit them in there as he builds up his temple, not made with hands. And so the 144,000 is the bride, is Yisrael, is the first resurrection group. It's a remnant. That's the remnant. And I don't think it's just all men. I think there's going to be women involved in this 144,000 count. Yeah, it seems like it matches when it says that he killed all the male children, but that's only because he knew that the king of Israel was a male. He knew it wasn't a female, so why would he kill the females? So when we kind of look at that story and put it in perspective, the only reason he killed all the male children, which we don't know the count of, is because everybody knew that the king of Israel would be a male child. A son is born, a son is given, not a daughter. So why would he kill the girls? He wouldn't. So that's why it's recorded he killed all the male children. So I'm saying, so we don't want to overemphasize or put more into it than what really is there either. I think sometimes we have a tendency to doing that, over reach, and so we got to be careful not to do that, although spiritual meaning is extremely important. Let me see, Sandra wants in. Okay, go ahead, Cato.
I had a morbid thought about scripture says there's no purer religion than taking care of orphans and widows. During end times, maybe so many men will die that going after women wouldn't be like, they wouldn't be going after the women. I don't even know if they're going after us. I think like a lot of people will be killing each other, so just a morbid thought, thinking like how it's going to reach 144,000, not just men, through persecution,
Yeah, there's scripture somewhere that says that all these women, I'm not sure how many, it was 7 or something, would all come up to the same man and ask him to marry him so they could have his last name. There's some kind of scripture about that too. Does anybody recall that? I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it, but it does kind of imply that there's going to be a lot more women than men, or maybe the men will be not liking women. Maybe they're going to like other men. There's not going to be a lot of straight men, perhaps. So they're going to have to flock to a single man, 7 women saying, marry us, give us your last name so we don't have to be ashamed. I can't remember where that's at.
Redeem us. Yeah.
That passage, if anybody knows.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lou.
That would be Yashayahu or Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. Yeah. In that day, 7 women will take hold of one man and say, "We will eat our own food and provide our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name."
Lou, what's the definition of maiden?
A maiden would be assumed to be a virgin, an alma, because they should not have had any sexual contact with a man at all.
Okay. The reason I brought that up in Revelation 14:3, and they sang a renewed song before the throne and before the 4 living creatures and the elders, and no one was able to learn that song except for the 144,000 who were redeemed from the arrests. They are those who were not defiled with women, for they are maidens. They are those following the Lamb wherever he leads them on. They were redeemed from among men, being the first fruit to Yahuwah. That's interesting, isn't it? They are maidens.
Yeah, but a man's not a maiden. A woman
No.
is. But I like that it said that they were the first fruits.
Right.
It tells me this is talking about the bride, Israel.
Well, yeah, a bride is not a man, but yet figuratively, we are maidens because we're virgin, betrothed to Yahuwah as the 144,000. So it is figurative. Yeah.
Yeah, spiritually, it makes sense. Literally, it doesn't. Yeah. So yeah, we're the bride. We're maidens. We're Yahuwah's our husband. So some men might be offended by that and say, "Wait a minute, I'm not a homosexual. What are you talking about?" And I've heard this argument come up as well, that they claim that Yahushua is a homo because he's a husband of men, And so why this discretion? Because they don't understand the spiritual implications, man, the spiritual matters of what Yahuwah is saying. Okay. And so they pervert it with their mind of the flesh. It turns into perversion for them and they don't get it. So yeah, maiden spiritually, or the bride is meaning that we're the body of Yahushua. We're the assembly, and that calling us, saying that we're the first fruits, tells me that's Yisrael. That's the bride. That's the first resurrection. That's the election. The bride of Yahuwah, man. And so this 144,000 is the remnant, and it's going to make up the body. There must be 144,000 living stones making up the temple not made by hands. It's the only thing I can think of, and I just can't see where that's going to be all males. What do you think of that, Lou? You think it's all males?
Well, he's pouring out according to the prophet Ual or Joel, he's going to pour out his ruach on all flesh. Both men and women will prophesy, interpret scripture correctly, and so forth. So his concern about our physical makeup is less important, far more less important. And I agree with you that it's going to be men and women. The bride is made up of men and women, and he isn't concerned with our perspective at all. We have to assume his perspective, and if we're going to take his figurative language in certain cases, we have to apply it to all those cases, where it concerns the bride.
Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? There's a passage, I think, in 1 Timothy where he speaks of marriage, or is that Corinthians? No, I think it's Timothy, where he speaks of marriage, but then he says that he's actually talking about the body of Yahusha, if you can accept it. Anybody recognize that passage I'm talking about? I mean, I think we talked about it before.
Isn't that Ephesians chapter?
What was that, Sandra?
Mystery concerning Yahusha. I think it's Ephesians chapter 5 concerning Yahusha and his bride, which is the mystery.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the secret is great. That's it. Everybody turn to that. Ephesians 5. Thanks, Sandra. And it starts in 28, 5:28. It says, in this way, husbands ought to love their own wives as their own bodies. He who loves his Asha loves himself. For no one ever hated his own flesh, but feeds and cherishes it, as also the master does the assembly. Because we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones. Wow. For this cause, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his Asha, and the two shall become one flesh. This secret is great, but I speak concerning Mashiach in the assembly. So the unity between a man and a woman is the shadow. The secret is great, but I speak concerning Mashiach in the assembly. However, you two, everyone, let each one love his own Asha as himself, and let the Asha see that she respects her husband. So this applies to you too, but the reality here is the marriage, the oneness of Yahusha and his bride, the election, the 144,000. The secret is great. So we are Mashiach's body, the one assembly, the one body of Mashiach. See, and so close to him that his body, we become his body, and we're his flesh and his bones. We become him. We're his body of flesh and bones. Like that's how closely engrafted we are with him when we enter into the covenant and become his bride. And so he's using the comparison between a man and a woman marriage, united as one, to him and his body being united as one. It's so close that we're become his flesh and bones. See it? So I think that basically this is not really talking about two separate beings here. We're his bride or his woman, his Asha, and he's the head or husband, as it is oneness. Speaking about we're going to become Yahusha in eternity. We're going to be his body. And he's going to live through us. Yahusha being the head. Wow. So that means we're all going to be one with Yahuwah and Yahusha as they are one. We're going to be one right with them together as one being, man.
Yeah.
That's how close we'll be. Go ahead, Lou.
I never heard anybody actually put it that way, but that's something that I've been growing into for many, many years and not saying it out loud, but we are becoming him. And it actually is written in scripture somewhere that we are putting on Messiah. We're becoming him. That's what we're really doing. And as we walk with him, there's not going to be any way to tell us apart. He's going to be in all of us. And that's one of the mysteries or secret revelations, I guess, of the meaning of that he will be all in all. And he's going to inhabit his entire creation. So it's beyond us. It's way beyond us. It's beautiful to hear that topic come up, because I'm becoming less and he's becoming more. And that's the thing, you know.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head right there. Yeah, I know it's a bold statement and this stuff, and people that kind of raise their eyebrows at things like that. But the more and more I read scriptures, man, the more and more that I'm coming to that understanding myself. I know. It's amazing.
Ephesians 5, verse 1. Become then imitators of Yahuwah. Paul tells us too to put on his character. We're supposed to look like him, be imagers of him, made in his image, to be an imager of him.
And we've also become the letter. We're the walking Torah with him indwelling in us. So we become the word. You know, I mean, a lot of stuff pertains to that, points at that. And even the bride, let me show you the bride. And it's the city coming down from Yahuwah, made up of living stones, man. Does that mean that we're going to be a stone inside of a huge temple with eyes on it and mouth, and we're just sitting there for eternity as a stone? No. There's a spiritual application to that. That means we're going to be him. That's where he's going to be. This will be no need for the sun or the moon, because Yahuwah will be the lamp, will be the light, and Yahusha be the lamp. We're the body of Yahusha, so we're going to be the lamp that contains the Ruach HaKodesh. He's the wick, the fire. He's the oil. We're the lamp, along with Yahusha. He's going to be in us. You know, some things we're one with him. And even this saying, we're going to, that because we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones, is really suggesting oneness to me. All of that together. Anybody else?
Put on the floor.
Got any thoughts on that deep subject?
What do you got, Cato? You're looking at something.
Just to no longer wrestle with the wrong opponent. It's not about the flesh. It's really the deeper horizon. It's the full spectrum. It's the spirit, and wickedness hates that. I'm surrounded by it in LA, so I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the inner self. 6:6 says, not with eye service as men pleasers, but as servants of Mashiach, doing the desire of Yahuwah from the inner self, rendering service with pleasure as to the master and not to men, knowing that whatever good anyone does, he shall receive the same from the master, whether he is a slave or free. Yeah. Full armor.
Anybody else have any comments or questions or anything? Any other topics you want to talk about? Like I say, I can stay here with you all day long. I consider it an honor to be among the beloved of Yahuwah. You kidding me? There's no other place on this world I'd rather be than right here, right now. What y'all got to say?
This has been a good, uplifting, what do we call this? A service or gathering? Both?
I call it an assembly.
Assembly. There you go.
Fellowship.
Fellowship.
There you go.
There you go.
Fellowship forever.
Congregation.
Midrash.
Yeah. Edification.
And I think we're in obedience to Yahuwah by assembling.
I think it's beautiful, really.
I think Sandra has a question.
Hey,
I think
Sandra.
I want to try to sing a song while I want to try to sing a song while I have connection.
Oh, we'd love to hear it.
I am Yahuwah. You're Elohim. Have no other before my face. You do not bow to images. You do not cast the name of Yahuwah, Elohim, to remember Shabbat. God it as Kodesh. Respect your father and mother. You do not murder. You do not break wedlock. You do not steal. You do not bear a malicious witness against your neighbor. You do not covet your neighbor's wife, house, field, servants, animals, or anything belonging to your neighbor. I am Yahuwah. That is my name. Love me and God, my commands. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love one another as I have loved you.
Hallelujah.
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 And see, don't we have Yami ready to?
I love
Yami?
you all.
Don't we have Yami ready to sing a song to Yahuwah too?
She's
Good.
getting her guitar.
Beautiful.
She'll be right here. She'll be right here.
Thank you so much, Sandra. You're gaining by leaps and bounds, sister.
Okay. Praise Yah, praise Al, praise Yah, and He set up our place. Praise Yah, praise Al, praise Yah, and He set up our place. Praise Him with the blowing of the ram's horn. Praise Him with the harp and lyre. Praise Him with tambourine and dance. Praise Him for His mighty acts. Praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, and He set up our place. Praise Yah, praise Yah. Praise Yah, and He set up our place. Praise Him with strings, instruments, and flutes. Praise Him with sounding cymbals. Praise Him with resounding cymbals. Let all that have breath praise Yah. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah, praise Yah. Baruch
Awesome.
and Yahuwah.
Baruch haba Shem Yahuwah. That was great.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
I think you need to record that, and every time Mark comes on Saturday, and Friday and Saturday, that's what he plays before every get together. That's awesome, sister. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Psalm 150 is beautiful. It's happy.
He was the one that sang.
Yeah, he was the one who
Yeah.
told me about it.
Mark gave her the song one night, and she started.
So I just put music in it.
All steam to Yahusha.
All steam to
Yahusha.
Yahusha. Yes.
Thank you, Yami. I'm sorry I pressured you.
No
twisted your
problem.
arm to do that. It was worth it, though. It was beautiful.
No pressure. No pressure.
Anybody else? You want to sing a song to Yahuwah or do a dance to Yahuwah for us?
Well, we're on the topic of music. I started a little Spotify radio station.
A what?
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your channel?
It's Natsarim Projects on Spotify. You could also find it through MPJ, like a radio station call letters. Like,
Oh, that's interesting.
bit of a ham. But yeah, it's something else. Like, it's an outlet to listen to music that's not all secular or whatever. But I kind of like blend in uplifting spiritual stuff. So trying to turn people's ear towards the right thing. So
Are you playing music, Coda, or are you acting like a disc jockey? What are you doing?
yeah. More like a DJ kind of.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to like have some new like world like end times news and yeah, it's just
Cool.
yeah.
I'll have to check that out.
I'm gonna get me a tambourine. I'm gonna get me a tambourine to join her.
That's a good idea. Rule, get a tambourine. She's doing that. You be hitting on that tambourine.
Yeah, tambourine and dance. Yeah.
I mean, we get going here. We have a Natsarim band. We get Lou in there, guitar. And Williams there with drums. Y'all have to be a Natsarim group, man.
Yeah, he's got a flute.
Yeah, he got a flute.
Oh, come on. Let's hear it, Cato. Please.
Okay, though.
Please.
I just learned. I'm still learning.
Oh, let's play a
But
little.
it doubles over as a walking stick if you see how long it is. That's all I got. I don't know. Were you able to hear it?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I could teach you some Joe techniques with that thing, man. That's awesome.
Some Joe?
Martial arts weapon. It's a shorter, instead of a bow. It's a long,
Cool. That's cool.
and this is a shorter stick. It's like a staff, but it's a short version of one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. It'd be
Sweet.
awesome. You could play a little, and if you had to, you could cover a little, and then finally got back on here.
If you want, you could reach me at Natsarim Projects at iCloud.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do a little video for you. Yeah, I wanted to comment. I was having trouble with my mic, and I don't know why. But anyway, maybe I was supposed to be silent during that time. But nevertheless, the spiritual, I've noticed really in the last month or two, everything in the spirit is so much more important than anything else. And so I can feel Yahuwah drawing, I think all of us, I'm just not trying to talk about myself, definitely, but it's really interesting how the things of the spirit are so much more important than they have any other time in my life. So I just thought I'd share that with everyone. It's kind of, I don't know if you're all feeling the same. Sure, because it's this of all of the teaching here, and just the drawing to that refinement of everything spiritual instead of the temporal, stuff. It just doesn't really matter. I mean, there's certain things you have to do, and I think I maybe shared this already, but it's just interesting how it just continues to get stronger and stronger. So I just thought I'd share that.
Agreed. Toria's got a hidden talent, I'm sure.
Riding that sport bike, that's what it is. And I
That's
want
it is.
a video of that, and I still haven't seen one.
Yeah, I can't wait to get that out of storage.
Are you guys over there still around the Houston area, Toria?
Yeah, I think Houston is still about 30 minutes away.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to be in that mess.
No, we're still out. Like we have an acre and there's a lot of land around us. So
Okay. Yeah, my son's looking up around Lake Conroe, north of Houston there.
Oh, so close. Okay. Yeah, we're in what is it called? Angleton?
You're in Angleton?
Yeah.
You're 20 minutes from me.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm down at Lake Jackson, just outside of Lake Jackson in Jones Creek.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard of Lake Jackson. I haven't been there, but
Yeah, Angleton's like the next big town going up the
yeah, Lake Jackson's pretty popular.
281. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice little town.
Yeah. That's why I like this. It's nice and quiet. It's just if I can find the time to put everything together. At least it's here. I just gotta wait for, I got a car and a couple cars and bikes that I need to get over here, but all in time. I gotta get the chicken coop together.
Well, very cool. Get things settled back down again, right?
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's nuts. Yeah, we all know.
Between that, I may have a new job I applied for at an imaging center. And I'm on I did the 2 interviews and now they want to do I guess like I go there for 3 hours and they want to see if I mesh with them. But I told them right off because thank goodness they don't work Saturdays. I wouldn't have taken the job anyway, but I told them that I was a Hebrew and because the bite came up and she said that they do accept because it is a religious hospital. So we'll see what happens.
Cool.
It's a lot closer to me than where I'm working right now.
Closer is better.
Yes, definitely. So yeah, talents. I like cars too. I don't know if y'all like cars. I like my muscle cars.
What's your dream car, Toria?
Oh, dream car? Probably an Eleanor.
What year?
Well, of course.
69.
68, 69. I like them both. I have a Roush myself. I don't know if you're Mustang savvy. Most people that if they don't know about Mustangs, they don't know what a Roush is. I have what's called a Jack Roush edition. He actually does a lot of NASCAR and off-road. He's big like Shelby, but unless you're an enthusiast, they're rare.
Roush?
Yeah, it's a Jack Roush edition. So it's the pipes actually come out the sides instead of the back. It's pretty cool.
Who makes the Gremlin?
Oh my gosh, my parents had a Gremlin, a red one, when I was a kid. That was the time of the Pintos.
That's right. Ooh.
I had a Pinto one time with a 289 HP in it.
Not quite sure what that is. What's this? What's it?
289 hypo engine in a Pinto.
Does it have miles per? Or does it have?
I don't know, but I'd smoke them tires and burn them up in about 2 days, and have to put another set on.
Oh wow.
That was back in the day. I don't do that now.
I can tell you what, working at a dealership, seeing these young kids tearing up their transmissions in their Mustangs is hilarious because they can't drive.
They don't make stick shifts anymore, I don't think.
The what?
They don't make stick shifts anymore.
The Mustang, yeah, you can
They do?
still get it. Oh yeah, you can get a manual. It's just if nobody buys them because they can't drive them. I actually have had a mechanic come to me and ask me if I could move a car for him because he couldn't drive a manual.
What, a mechanic?
Yes.
These are the last days.
Yes.
Yami used to drive a 98 Mustang with a 4.6 that I'll tell you a quick story. If any of you have ever been to Key Biscayne, Florida, there's this really high bridge, and she was trying to rollerblade it, and she went so fast that she lost control of her rollerblades. When they took her to the hospital, the emergency thought that she had been in a motorcycle accident. That's how fast she was going in those. And she drove all the way home with that that her leg all burned bloody with a stick shift. The lady knows how to, and the power plate or the pressure plate was super strong in that car. They didn't know how she even could drive it home. So yes, we like fast cars also.
Hopefully that was in her younger days.
Yes.
My mom had a
Like how many years ago?
what's that one? I can't even think right. A Roadrunner.
Oh, Plymouth.
My mom's dream was to drive a funny car. She was one crazy woman. She had I definitely learned how to drive cars from her, and I learned how to drive the manual left-handed too. But she had the 280Z limited edition straight six, and she had the very first 350 that came out, Z. And I taught her how to ride a motorcycle. I think she was, how old was she when we did that? I think it was their 40s. She was doing it for their 40th anniversary to surprise my dad. So it was cool. So her first bike was the 1200 Harley.
When she did that rollerblading, you were already in your 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was definitely in her 50s.
It looks like yesterday, huh?
Yami, you were on skates or in a car?
No, she
Skates.
was on skates, on straight blades.
Going down.
They had to scrape her leg like if a motorcycle accident.
She was moving that fast. Wow.
It was bad. It was really
The
bad.
wind was blowing and it was in my back. Yeah.
I used to figure skate when I was younger, so I got you on that. I love it.
Yeah.
I actually broke my arm not even a year ago at the skating rink.
Wow.
She does. You like to?
I used to do that. Yeah, not anymore.
I used to, as a teenager, I lived at the skating rink.
Oh.
Keeps you out of trouble. But I started ice skating first, and then my parents moved to where there wasn't a skating rink, so I had to learn how to roller skate, and then I started figure skating on roller skates.
Mm.
You do backflips and all that in them.
Wow, you were good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Till I broke my back on a motorcycle. On a motorcycle, though.
Mm.
Did you have a roller derby?
Heck no.
You know, it's all like roller derby. Those when they go around a rink and the ladies would hit. Yami didn't grow up in the. She did not grow up in the States, so she does. I have to explain some stuff to her. She doesn't know what the derby was. Yeah, they would go around and they had to get up in front, but they would hit them. They would knock them down.
Oh.
Boy, that was a long time ago, Cato. How old are you?
It's popular again. It's actually really popular in the roller skating rinks again.
Yeah, it's coming back.
The blade.
Yeah, the derby.
Yeah, the derby.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had somebody ask me if I wanted to do it, and I was like, no, thank you.
I used to watch that as a kid myself.
I shouldn't have sold my ice skates. Maybe there
No,
is
but this
a
was
rink
with
here.
the regular
rollerblades?
Yeah, with the roller skates.
Roller
regular,
skates.
yeah. They didn't even have the. I guess now they use the straight inline rollers, or do they still use the old style like way back?
Oh no, they're on inlines.
Style, but they got the big, fatter, longer wheels on them. They're
Oh.
rubber. Very expensive roller skates, I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Yeah.
And horses is my thing. I sold my horse when I had to come when we moved, and I do miss that. I miss training.
They're beautiful animals.
Yeah, I love it. I had Arabians. I grew up. My mother always had Arabians, so I grew up with them and got my first one, and she was something else. She's actually the family that bought her. The girl was 11, and within 2 months, I had her so well trained that she was already winning, doing gymkhana. I don't know if y'all know what that is, where they run the barrels. And then they have what's called flag poles. The poles bending. They call it pole bending. So there's these poles, and then you go in between them as fast as you can and get to one end.
That's at dog shows, right? Or
Yeah, they do that at dog shows too.
right?
Yeah, my mom actually used to do dog shows too.
Our female Aussie would go through the
Thing.
poles. Yeah.
All righty, guys. Let me see now. Is there anybody got anything else they want to talk about Yahusha about or Yahuwah? Any questions, comments, anything?
I know I brought this up before.
Yeah.
I'm probably being annoying, but like
Not really.
Lou has done such a great job on translating with the BYMV. I don't think it'd be the worst thing to like maybe tap into Joshua or Jubilees or like, you know, just something, because scripture just mentions these books and they're not in the 66.
Well, quite a few of them were removed from there. They were in there from the beginning.
Hey, Cato, not on natsarimlife.com, Joseph actually is doing the lost books, and we're in Second Baruch right now.
Oh, what? Man,
Yeah.
On it.
Yeah, you can look that up on the calendar, and it's every I think it's every fourth day that he does that, or every other fourth day.
But he does it early, huh?
7 p.m. I think, 6 o'clock Central, I believe.
Yeah, for
Lou,
me, it's early.
Joseph, you on, man? Come on and give him the scoop, or type it in the chat.
Looks like we got one more window space.
Just click on that link right there, Joseph, and follow directions to the backstage. I'll see you there and let you in.
Give you a backstage pass. But either way, Cato, you can find it at natsarimlife.com. It's in the library.
Okay. Yeah, it's so there's a calendar, you said?
Yeah, there's a calendar up there, and if you click on his link for on the left side of the screen when you go into the main library, there'll be a bunch of different classes that are over there, or things that are going on, and he's in the lost books.
Are they doing the Adam and Eve ones, or?
Well, I don't know exactly where he's going to go with it. It's kind of up to him, you know, and we just kind of follow suit and read through it and just kind of dissect it like we do here, you know, look at it and, you know, just see if we can find little nuggets of truth in there, you know, in the books called the Apocrypha. And it's been pretty good so far. We've had some good conversations.
All scripture is profitable.
Here's Joe.
You know.
Yep.
There went Joseph. We had him and lost him.
Had him and lost him.
Try it again, Joseph. If you come in, once you get in here, X off YouTube. You can't leave YouTube on at the same time you're in StreamYard. You got to turn YouTube off, exit off, and stay on StreamYard. Give it another shot. Here he comes again. Let's see if we can get him now. Exit off and stay on StreamYard. Give it another shot. Turn YouTube off, Joseph. You're clicking off StreamYard, bro. You're Xing StreamYard off is what you're doing. Leave StreamYard alone and X off the YouTube page. If you're hearing me, you might be out in the quasar somewhere. Ain't even hearing me. Takes a while to try to get back in. There he is. Try again. Okay, X YouTube off. You're cutting off StreamYard. Get back in. Yeah, leave StreamYard alone and just there he is. X off YouTube. Joseph. Yeah, he's cutting StreamYard off is what he's doing. I'll send him a message here. Ah, there he is again. Let me see if he figures it out. Yeah. Stay on StreamYard, Joseph. X off YouTube. I'll send him a message here.
Well,
Ah, there he is again. Let me see if he figures it out. Yeah.
now I'm going up to the red.
StreamYard, Joseph. X off YouTube. I'll send him a message here.
Well,
Ah, there he is again. Let me see if he figures it out. Yeah.
now I'm going up to the red.
StreamYard, Joseph. X off YouTube. No, don't touch StreamYard. X off YouTube. He's Xing off of StreamYard is what he's doing.
Hey Lou, question.
Yes, but
What do you think about developing an app for the BYMV? Or is it
someone else asked me that same question, and I don't know how to do that. But
have you ever thought of I've seen like KJVs, pocket size KJVs, but I'm sure the paper and printing is like murder. Have you ever thought of
There you go. I can cut his mic. I got your mic cut off, Joseph. But you're still on YouTube, brother. You got to figure that out. You should see the X on YouTube and StreamYard. Don't touch StreamYard. X off YouTube. He's still doing StreamYard. All righty, guys. It's been 5 hours. We're going for a marathon here today, are we? Let's cut ranks right now. And like I say, we'll try to finish up Galatians next week, 5 and 6. If not, we'll take it chapter by chapter. It's an important epistle. We need to understand it. Then we'll get into the following. Yeah, I don't want to break ranks. We've already got a plan. We're going to stick to Paul's epistles, get through all of them, including Hebrews. Then we're going to go into some of the other ones, and then finally we're going to hit Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and finish up the entire Natsarim writings. And then we can talk about what we want to do from there. But let's stay to our plan. Let's stay to the course. I think we're doing a great job in the service of Yahuwah, and we're getting to know Yahuwah, and we're pursuing to know Yahuwah. And that's what we're commanded to do. That's what he desires. All right. So let's stick the course. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lou White, our brother Lou, and you can give us your assessment on everything we learned so far or today, and take us out of here with the priestly blessings.
Well, Galatians is just an amazing book, and it's very misunderstood. And as Natsarim, they think we're a cult, and as they quote Romans incorrectly, they think we don't understand that Yahusha is the end of the law, and these Galatians is loaded with misinterpretations about what the law or the Torah, the instructions are that we live by. And I think this is one of the objectives of the last days, and explaining the truth. And the truth is going to set us free, but not from the law, not from the Torah, the Ten Commandments. Because the Ten Commandments, they're teaching us love. There's not one of them that's not good and that would ever disappear. And the Christians live by a completely different plan, and it's been laid down for so long, and from the very beginning it went off road, with Constantine and Marcion, who divided scripture into old and new as if the writings are the old and new, and that's error. And they've propagated this throughout the world. And so when they look at something, they're looking at it cross-eyed. They've abandoned the faith or the truth, the walk. I'll say that, the halakha, the way we behave. And what we're trying to do is explain to them and get them to be restored to favor, because Yahusha is appealing, as Mark earlier said. It's as if Yahusha in us is appealing to them to be restored to favor, and they can't please him if they don't obey him. And it's about obedience. Oh, by the way, Mark, last night was excellent. Oh boy. The one that you had last night on this channel was it was great. A lot of people might not have picked up on it, but it's really, really great, the teaching. So everybody should watch that. So I want to thank everybody for being here and sticking it out with us and trying to get closer to Yahuwah and get to know him, because that's what it's all about. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show kindness to you. Yahuwah lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom. So they shall invoke my name on the children of Yisrael, and then I myself will bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Shabbat shalom. Bye.
Shabbat shalom.
Love you all.
Bye-bye.
Love you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a safe and loving week.
Natsarim Projects on Spotify.
You do too.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Shalom.
Shalom.